gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up.
raviver les mémoires, exhumer les connaissances, que la spirale du temps efface la reine de sa vie en moi. Makeda vit en moi. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
When I need motivation, my one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong. Yeah, yeah, she is always in my corner, right there when I wanna. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She walks like a model. She grants my wishes like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, yeah, cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She gives me love and affection. Baby,
sweet I mentioned. You're the only girl for me, no, I don't need a next one. Mama loves you too, she thinks I made the right selection. Now all that's left to do is just for me to pop the question. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there.
All we need is somebody to lean on. What will we do when we get old? Will we walk down the same road? Will you be there by my side, standing strong as the waves roll over? And the nights are long, longing for you to come home. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. We need someone to lean on. All we need is somebody to lean on. We need someone to lean on. All we need is somebody to lean on. All we need is somebody to lean on. All we need is somebody to lean on. We need someone to lean on. All we need is somebody to lean on.
Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman, I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man, I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am, I'm too hot. And my band bought that money, break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman, I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man, I'm too hot. Bitch, say my name, you know who I am, I'm too hot. And my band bought that money, break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown funk you up. I said uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you succeed and flown it, if you freak dead and own it, don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you succeed and flown it, well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh!
Okay. Can we get the... I can sing, but it would be easier to do that without background music. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody here in the hall. Good morning, everybody online. We are supposed to have about 100 people following us at least at some point of the day. Welcome to the seminar on Nordic Economic Policy Review. Actually, the 2026 issue and the preview of that seminar, and the issue and the peer review of the articles of that issue. My name is Roope Uustalo, and together with Antti Kauhanen, who is here and who will take the chair just after this opening remarks, are editing the next issue, and it seems based on the articles first drafts of which we have seen that it will be a very interesting issue. So the topic of the issue will be experiments, but it's not experiments because of the experiments. It's because experiments are going to be useful in terms of evaluating the impacts of policies, very often government policies. And this is pretty much the best the science has to offer. So this is the most reliable way that we can evaluate the impacts of policies to solve a difficult question. It's often very, very difficult to figure out what's the what are the events that happened after the introduction of policy, which part was due to the policy and which part was due to something else. We have one solution for the problem, that is to randomize people into treatment and control groups and then follow what happens after the experiment, after the policy change to the treatment group compared to the control group. This is also something that makes our life very simple. Statistical analysis is very easy after we have first done carefully the design of the experiments and conducting the experiment. But as people in this room are aware, it's nothing that's simple at the design stage of the experiment. So what this conference is mainly about is that what are the issues, what are the legal, administrative, data-related issues, statistical issues, financial issues that are involved in designing effective experiments that can be used to evaluate the impacts of the policies. So we do this partially to promote use of experiments in the future, partially to spread the knowledge of existing experiments that have been conducted in Nordic countries, and partially to learn from each other from different experiments. And we have 5 projects actually covering way more than 5 different experiments run in the Nordic countries that will be introduced today, and that will be sort of future discussed in the issue that will come out I think in May next year. And on that note, I welcome you all, both the presenters of the papers, both the discussants and all the audience. We will invite the first speaker, Elias Einia, who is from the Government Institute Government Institute for Economic Research, but to talk about their experiment on introducing first employee subsidy, a paper by him and Annika Nivala, also from WAT. As an instruction for the authors, there's a little timer here that is discreetly sort of hinting when you are running out of time. It's going down from whatever you have allocated, and when it hits 0, that's a very strong hint to quit at that point. And after these presentations, there will be actually it changes color, by the way, once we hit close. So now we are on 1 minute, it just turned yellow. Anyway, after the presentations, we have reserved 2 discussants for each of the papers, one from the researcher side and one from I guess practitioner side, or that might be either policymakers or administrators or government officials that will be comment on these. And we try to keep those comments reasonably brief, so that we actually might have a few questions from the audience also after those comments. But please ask for the mic before you do the comments, because there are people online who have no chances of hearing you otherwise. But let's get started. So Elias, floor is yours. Welcome.
Thanks, Roope, and good morning, everyone, here at Hanaholmen and also online. I don't know how many people we have online at the moment, but good morning to online audience as well. I'm going to talk about an experiment that we did with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment, and I and myself and Annika did the science part of the experiment. Annika Nivala is not here today. She's visiting Berkeley this year and going to NTA conference today to Boston. So our article is about the first employee subsidy for non-employer firms, or based on the experiment. But in the article, we take also a bit broader view on large-scale randomized experiments with population data, with the kind of idea that it might be useful to think about a bit more broadly and more generally this type of experiments for people who might be thinking about these kind of things for future experiments. So randomized experiments are a common tool for estimating causal impacts of policies, but they come in very different forms. And one kind of quite common limiting feature is the availability of data, and this limits typically the design of experiments. So experiments are very common in developing countries, and especially there, this type of kind of register data sets are not available. So kind of this is what we focus on. So we focus on a class of experiments where data are available in population registers, and kind of one important feature is that the take-up is not complete. And this is very typical in many public support policies. For instance, people are not forced to take a subsidy or transfer or an allowance. These type of policies typically just incentivize people to make some actions that they are kind of intended to do. And the third kind of specific feature of this type of experiments is that treatments are costly. They are not free. So for instance, as opposed to information treatments, where kind of scaling up the experiments doesn't cost much, because scaling up information is not, or sharing information to more to one additional person does not cost much. So these three features are kind of quite typical for many public policies. If you think about public policies that cost a lot for societies, such as many subsidies, many allowances, many transfers, you could think about free vaccination and so forth. So take-up is incomplete and treatments can be very costly. So the kind of the general structure of our article is first we kind of discuss this type of experiments with a bit more broader perspective, not focusing on just one experiment. So we discuss some econometric topics that are relevant for this kind of experiments, with the kind of idea that this might be useful for people in the future who do these kind of experiments. And then we discuss lessons from the Finnish recruitment subsidy experiment, and kind of also addressing the assignment from the editors of also discussing the administrative side of this type of experiments, and kind of the cooperation between researchers and the other parties that are needed in this kind of large-scale national experiments. So in Nordic countries we have widely available population data, and this gives us huge advantages when we think about running large-scale experiments. These registers eliminate data costs, given that, or data collection costs, given that we tend to think that these data sets are collected anyway. They enable scaling up these experiments, without limitations, or the limitation being the size of the population. They facilitate planning and implementation, having data beforehand in registers for seeing what the target populations have been doing, what are their outcomes their outcomes in the past is extremely useful. And one important feature that large-scale register datasets allow is that they allow estimating the impacts of offering the treatment to a wide population, not just those who sign up for the treatment, but for everyone. And this is important for estimating the impacts of what would happen if we kind of implemented the policy in the whole population, not just in a selected part of it. And this effect of offering the treatment, it's referred to as the intention to treat effect, and it's a key parameter of interest in many public policy contexts. And this is because the impacts of policy is not only determined by how much a treatment affects those who take it up, but also on how large fraction of the population that is the target of the policy will take it up. So if the fraction of takers is very low, then obviously the impact of the policy at the aggregate will be only small. And this is critical when compliance is imperfect, and the importance of understanding the effects of offering the treatment increases with the share of units that do not take it. So with the incompleteness of compliance. So that's kind of the introductory part of the article, and then we go to kind of the discussion of this type of experiments with a bit broader perspective, but quite untechnical still. And we talk about experiments with imperfect take-up and population data. Today I'm going to kind of the weight will be not in this part, but rather on the recruitment subsidy experiment instead. But I will say I have a couple of slides on this part as well. But I will not go to a bit more technical parts. So the setting that we can think about more generally is the one where treatment group is offered a treatment, and the treatment is conditional on taking an action. And treatment affects the agent's incentives to choose the action, but the agent is not forced to take the treatment or take the action. So it's only the incentives that shift with the policy. So the typical treatment setting in the kind of public policy context would be, for instance, investment subsidies to firms, student allowances for students, free vaccines, bonus pension from additional years of work, and so forth. So this is kind of very typical setting for kind of many important policies that we have in place in the Nordic countries. So in this type of, when you start to think about how to evaluate the impacts of this type of policies, one issue that arises is that comes with the fixed budget. So when this kind of experiment is planned and it usually involves policy making and it involves setting a budget for it, and the policymakers may want the budget to be used completely. And also the researchers typically want to use the budget completely in order to get as precise estimates as possible. But this comes with the problem of how to hit the budget correctly. There is a risk of undersubscription if you offer for too few individuals the treatment. Then in the end there might be too few, or you will not use the whole budget, and then there could be oversubscription if you offer it to too many units. So this is kind of quite trivial, right? But then when you have a multi-million experiment and you really need to hit a given large budget, it's really kind of it's not that easy. So the problem with under and over subscription is that under subscription means that we have too little, we lose precision in the experiment. With over subscription, there could be actually even worse problems. We can get bias in the estimates if those who are left out because the budget runs out are certain types of individuals or firms. So in the article we discuss how to manage these risks, the risks of over and under subscription. And kind of our solution is a multi-stage experiment where in the first stage we run a smaller experiment in order to estimate the take-up, and in the second stage, based on the estimate of the take-up from the first stage, we scale up the second stage to try to get an informed kind of decision on how to best hit the budget correctly. Of course, if you have more stages, if you have the ability to do, say, 3 or 4 stages, you can get more. You can reduce the kind of risk or you can more precisely hit the budget. But in our case, it turned out to be a pretty good number. We discuss how to set the number of offers in a multi-stage experiment, and we discuss how to do power calculations in such an experiment. But I'm not going to those issues in more detail today. But those will be, for those who are interested, will be in the article once it comes out. And then the third section of the article will be more kind of practical, and it will describe the Finnish recruitment subsidy experiment and discuss kind of the implementation in a perhaps more detailed manner than you would do in a typical scientific article, with the view that it would be useful for those who think about running this kind of experiments in the future. It would be useful for also the administrative side to understand what's involved with this kind of experiments and so forth. So the experiment was administered by the Finnish Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. It was run in 22 to 23. Basically in 22, the subsidies were allocated, and then by the end of 23, the last firms, kind of their use of the subsidy ended. And the goal was to evaluate whether a monetary subsidy induces non-employer entrepreneurs to hire their first employees. So whether we can make employers with this kind of subsidy. And the kind of secondary question was whether this spurs firm growth, whether these firms really then after hiring these new employees, whether they grow more than they would in the absence of the subsidy. So the article discusses the planning, timeline, implementation, and evaluation of the experiment, and we also discuss briefly data management issues and some other issues that are kind of more in the kind of administrative side of the experiment. So about the planning process and timeline, the experiment was in the government program. So the new government started in 2019, and kind of this is kind of important thing, because without political will, there is unlikely large-scale experiments happening, because these typically require legislative efforts, and they require legislation to be made. So government has to, in the end, decide on them. But this government wanted to kind of provide evidence-based, do evidence-based policy for this specific instrument. We can only speculate why. Maybe they wanted to promote evidence-based policy making, which I believe is probably true. Maybe this was the type of subsidy that they really wanted to work. If it doesn't work, they don't want to have it in place. But we can only speculate on that. So the planning of the experiment started early 2020. So that was kind of at the ministry, and we were contracted to do a plan of the experiment later in the year, and it was published in January 2021. So there was already 1 year gone after the kind of initiation of the experiment. I think that could have been faster as well, if needed. And then based on the plan, the government made a decision and law preparation started. So we made a pre-analysis plan that then the government used to kind of as a background information, among other things, to decide whether they want to do this or not. So this is kind of, I guess, a typical kind of a process in this kind of large-scale experiment that there has to be a plan first, and only after that the government can decide on that. So there is also uncertainty for the researcher side on whether this is going to happen or not, in comparison to, for instance, smaller experiments where you get research funding to run a whole experiment. We were quite happy with the final design, and we were able to affect it quite a lot, but it was still a compromise between the kind of ideal experiment that we had in mind and the administrative and political feasibility. So after the plan and when the government was deciding about the experiment, there was we had to find some kind of, or iterate towards a feasible but yet useful experiment. So the useful was kind of in terms of getting reliable results that would be useful for policy making, and the feasibility was then the kind of political and administrative. But my view is that there were no kind of too strict restrictions for kind of doing a useful experiment from the researcher side. Then in 2021, so in January, the plan was published and available, and then it took the whole year or the government decided in the spring, and it took quite a lot of time to pass the law. So the legal kind of legislative process is typically takes a lot of time. It doesn't need to, but typically it takes on average quite a lot of time. The law was passed a year after the plan was published in January 22. And then after that, it was quite a fast kind of development. But I will come that to later. But in 3 months, we were already allocating the subsidies. So a few more words about the kind of planning process. We argued for randomization at the level of the whole target population, not just among those who are willing to take the subsidy, in order to get the intention to treat effect estimates. And this is because we knew that or expected that the take-up is going to be low. So it's going to be important to get the ITT estimates. And kind of we were kind of in a good position when we were planning this, because we had the registered data sets where we saw what the target population was, their kind of distribution of their outcomes, and how typically they become employers and so forth. But there was also a prior study by Annika where she looked at a regional kind of experiment. It was not a randomized experiment, but was a similar type of policy that was in place in certain regions. So that allowed a regional difference in difference design. And in that study, Annika found out that there was extremely low take-up. So it was only the take-up of the regional recruitment subsidy or recruitment support was only 2% among new employers. So those who become employers of the eligible firms. So it seemed like a lot of companies left the money on the table. So this was not a popular instrument at all. So this kind of very low take-up can arise from complexity of the scheme, poor salience, application costs, and also there could be features in the policy itself that limits eligibility. So, for instance, in the regional policy, the kind of in order to be eligible, the job contract had to be at least 25 hours per week. So it was kind of a quite permanent type of arrangement. So that might be one reason why it was not so popular. If typically a non-employer entrepreneur who hires the first employee needs only less than 25 hours of labor, typically so. But this observation was very important because it let us think particularly carefully, design features that would increase take-up, especially among those who become employers anyway. So we would like to have those entrepreneurs to use the subsidy. So, and I will talk about those features in a few slides. But this prior research also helped us to convince the administration that it's really important to think about these things, so that the policy itself is something that a firm that is considering to employ a new employee, but is kind of at the margin, that this kind of company should then take up the subsidy. It should be eligible to use it. Okay, so kind of these considerations, our pre-analysis of the register data and also kind of the lessons from this prior work led us to design the subsidy. And in the end, the recruitment subsidy covered 50% of wage costs up to 10,000 euros of the first employees of a non-employer entrepreneur. And the entrepreneurs who used the subsidy could use it over 12 months. So the target group that was kind of the non-employer firms, more specifically, they had no employees in the previous 12 months. So for the past year, they had revenue between 15,000 and 1 million euros in the previous year. So we cut out the smallest and the very large firms, and that in our pre-analysis, this is actually not restricting the target population too much, but it improves precision. And then there are some kind of technical requirements of having no tax debt and so forth. And this target group was identified from tax registers. So one kind of important thing that we allowed was that this need not be one employee. It can be first employees, not just one. So the firm was able to use the 10,000 euros for more than one person. So then what we did with the randomization was we stratified by revenue quartiles within two-digit industries. So this we kind of looked alternative ways to do it and simulated what will be the precision, and ended up with this quite simple stratification. And then on the last line, the PEO, which is the Public Employment Office, or the TE-keskus, they ran the randomization code that we wrote. And the randomization code was published before running the randomization, so it was kind of a transparent way of doing it. Then the experiment was conducted in two waves. So this was to manage the number of offers that we made. We had the budget was 9 million, which allowed 900 kind of full subsidies of 10,000 euros. So in the first wave, which the aim was to estimate take-up rate, and there we in the pre-analysis plan we ended up to a smaller, quite small first wave, because the precision will be enough to get quite precise estimate of the take-up rate with 3,500 treatment takers. And on the other hand, we don't want too large first wave, because that will risk having a oversubscription in the first wave, and that's something we really don't want to happen. And we had 20,000 firms in the control group. So the randomization was in March, and so this was 3 months after the law passed or took effect. And these firms had until the end of July to hire and apply for the subsidy. And here the take-up rate that we estimated was 1.1%. So this kind of was what we expected. This was larger than in the regional experiment, but this kind of also showed that it's very important to understand how many firms take up this subsidy when for instance, when the Ministry of Finance wants to calculate what's the aggregate employment, or have some kind of idea what's the aggregate employment effect in the target population from this kind of subsidy, then we really need to know that the take-up rate is quite low. This low take-up rate also meant that actually what's limiting the size of the second stage is the size of the non-employer firm population. So actually we could have offered, or the budget would have allowed more than half of the whole target population to be offered the subsidy. So in the end, what we did was we determined the size of the second stage based on the optimal treatment to control group split. And this, with some rounding, this is ended up to 31,000 treated and 34,500 control firms in the second stage. And the first and second stage together, so the first stage is also used in when we estimate the treatment effects. The first stage is also used. So we combine the second and first stage in order not to lose any precision. So the first stage is not only to get the take-up rate, but it can be used to test the primary and other hypotheses. Okay, so then we have some subsections on allocation of subsidies and data management, which we think might be useful for people who think about this in the future. I'm not going to details of this too specifically, but the Public Employment Office allocated the subsidies. So it was not us. It was kind of as if it were a full-scale public policy. So it was implemented like that. And then kind of one important part is to plan in advance and kind of in a controlled manner do the communications, because then the Public Employment Offices, they typically communicate to their customers, so firms, and they have their own ways, and they might have their own kind of incentives. But when you're running an experiment and for instance, when we had to inform the treatment group that they're eligible, there we wanted to have the messages so that they will not kind of risk the experiment in a sense that they would be kind of a neutral letters. So these communications were planned with the PEO and us. So there needs to be also good cooperation between the administration and researchers. And then we have the section on data management, which might seem a bit kind of not so exciting unless you really have to think about how to manage the data in this kind of big experiment. So kind of the pre-planning was made by us with the data licenses that we have, kind of the data that we already were using. And then for the planning stage, we got data from the tax authority. That was kind of a restricted set of variables that we got needed for planning the randomization code and testing it. And then the PEO got a wider data set which had more information which they needed in order to kind of fulfill their legal requirements and check whether everything is as the law intends. And then kind of one important part of this kind of experiments is to put up an experimental register. So this was then administered by the KEHA Center, which provides IT services to PEO. And with this experiment, an important feature of the legislation was that the law gave the evaluator, whoever it would be, the right to use basically any administrative data set needed for the evaluation. So this was quite important, and I think it would be useful to have for any experiment in the future. Okay, so in the last part of kind of this section, we talk about the evaluation that we did. So that's the kind of scientific analysis of the results of the experiment and compare it to the prior work by Annika on the regional subsidy. So in the RCT, the kind of the primary hypothesis was whether this subsidy increases the fraction of employer firms in the target population. And we find that the fraction of firms that hires workers increased by 20% in the hiring window. So that's kind of in the first months of the experiment, and 11% during the whole subsidy period. And these percents are from the baseline fraction of baseline share of firms that hire workers during this period. So the baseline is quite low. For the 20% it's around 3%, and for the 11% it's around 6%. So that's kind of good to keep in mind. We have the scientific evaluation. We have a working paper on that, the English version. We have that on our websites. So anyone who is interested in that is advised to look up from there. And we find similar effects of similar magnitude on wage costs and employment in these companies. So that's kind of aligns with what we find for the fraction of employer firms. And the kind of one important finding is that the fraction of firms that employ workers is also kind of the positive effect persists after the subsidy period ends, so after the subsidy payment end. So that kind of suggests that there was a permanent effect of this temporary subsidy. It's important because, of course, if we give firms money to hire workers, they likely do that. Something goes wrong if they don't. But then, in order for this kind of policy to have any kind of, in order to have any economic rationale, it should have persistent effects. And the idea is that these companies go over some kind of threshold for becoming an employer, pay a one-time fixed cost of becoming an employer, or get the information required with the help of this subsidy. So this is quite a small table, but it kind of summarizes the comparison between the RCT and the regional first employee subsidy. So the kind of first half of the table compares the kind of features of the policy, and then at the end there are some. Last half has some statistics. So the key differences are highlighted with red text. So of course the one we did was RCT, and Annika's paper does a regional diff and diff. One important kind of difference in the regional instrument was that it required the kind of contracts to be at least 25 hours per week. So if these entrepreneurs couldn't hire for this many hours, then this might be one restricting feature. In the RCT, one feature that we wanted to implement was that it's as easy as possible. So we proposed that it's automatically paid monthly based on the income tax register, where these firms need to report their the wages that they pay monthly. And this was, in the end, was what we did and what the administration was willing to do, and that was great because it simplified the process for the entrepreneurs and the application costs for the entrepreneurs a lot. So they only had to apply once, kind of to become eligible for the subsidy, and kind of so they applied once from the PEO, and that was it. They got the subsidy if the PEO observed wages in the tax register. So they didn't have to apply for the payments. Information might be important. So in the RCT, the treatment group was informed by letters, while in the regional experiment this was not done. It was kind of spread through the public administration offices that provide services to companies. So we find a significant positive effect, while in the regional experiment there is no significant impact, point estimate being negative. Our relative effect is 20%, while in the regional experiment it's close to zero. The treatment groups are quite similar sized, and actually the kind of the effective support rates are quite similar in the RCT and the regional subsidy. The regional subsidy is just kind of divided over 2 years. And then the kind of important difference is that the take-up rate is much higher in the RCT, and this we think that this is because we had the prior information that the take-up rate is going to be low if we implement a similar subsidy as the regional subsidy, and kind of made the efforts to think about how to make this, how to increase the take-up rate. So the take-up rate in target population is at 1.5%, but then if you look at those who become employers, it's 32%, while in the regional experiment it was only around 2%, which is kind of tells us that something went wrong with the policy. The design was bad. Also, the average paid subsidies were very similar in magnitude, so kind of these are quite comparable in many aspects. Then we do some recommendations. So we recommend that when the policy is expected to have low take-up rates, then we recommend that in this kind of public policy settings the ITT to be estimated. Then also there is kind of one, I would say, a bit more unpredicted part and less controlled part of running this kind of experiment is the stage where the policymakers decide what to do. And at that stage, it's important to keep the researchers in the discussion. I think with the recruitment subsidy experiment, things went well, but I see that it could have went otherwise as well. So it's possible. So we wanted to kind of raise this point to kind of have this in mind for the policymakers as well in the future. And then one thing that we recommend is to procure evaluations as a single comprehensive contract. In our case, it came by bits, so it was pre-planned, then it was scientific support for implementation, and then it was the analysis. But typically, the kind of the scientific work is done in the pre-analysis, so it would be good and create correct incentives to kind of have the contract as a whole. And then we do some other recommendations. So just a couple of concluding remarks, if Antti allows me.
Okay, quickly. Yeah.
So the intended functioning of public policies is crucial for social and economic welfare, but governments often roll out very expensive programs without knowing what the true impacts are. Although experimentation before full implementation provides significant potential opportunities. The resulting lack of evidence on what works and what does not likely reduces the effectiveness of public spending considerably. So Duflo talks about experiments as a practice of policy, meaning that by where one experiment reveals whether a treatment works, and researchers and practitioners can use that evidence to redesign the next treatment and then test the effectiveness of that treatment, and the cycle goes on. So it's rather a tool and practice than a single event. And the Finnish recruitment subsidy experiment is an example of such a practice, building on prior evaluations to test an improved type of policy design. And we hope that the example put forward by it will encourage similar large-scale experiments to be initiated for assessing the impacts and improving the effectiveness of a wide variety of public policies. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Elias. And next we'll have a comment by Sophie Kaira from Copenhagen Business School.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to discuss a very interesting RCT in Finland. So basically, when I had a look at the paper, I saw that the main challenge was in how the experiment was designed, and what the researchers faced was this uncertainty regarding the take-up of this very costly treatment. So they had to balance oversubscription and undersubscription. And they settled on the stage-wise rollout. And that's very typical of experiments anyway, because most of the time when we implement experiments, we start by implementing a pilot phase in which we gather some kind of evidence. And then for the main experiment, we set ourselves up for the most possible success we can have, right? So I think a little bit of your first stage as a piloting of your design. But because you use the same design in both phases, you could then pool the data and run your analysis. And this first stage that you ran it turned out to be crucial, because it actually turned out that more than half of the population could have been invited to take up this policy. Now, the setting that we are operating within might be familiar to researchers who are used to the Nordics. And what this setting offers is really the possibility to do perfect randomization, because we have access to all the registers which allow us really to set up the perfect balanced treatment and control groups. Also, the researchers were able to rely on this existing infrastructure within the public institutions that they were collaborating with. And this is super important because from the regional subsidy experiment, for the natural experiment, they had learned, okay, the take-up is really low. So they said, okay, within this infrastructure that we now have access to, how can we maximize the chance of people actually taking up this subsidy? And so they first of all, they were very strong on awareness, sending direct letters to these non-employer founders. And then they could use the infrastructure to really minimize compliance costs, so that the process was as automatic as possible in terms of signing up, being sure to be refunded with subsidies immediately. All these things that might have been the reason that the regional policy didn't work. Also, they were sure to design a flexible policy, making sure that the group of sort of marginal non-employers that would be interested in taking up this policy would be greater. Another thing from the Nordic context is, of course, the fact that we have great registers in terms of measuring the outcomes, right? So this is also something that we can benefit from when we set up these experiments in a Nordic setting. But in this case, you had great policy support and actually a law implementing the experiment in a sense. But typically in the Nordic setting and in other settings, it's a challenge, the fact that research has its own kind of slow process, and it takes time to run RCTs, to measure outcomes and so forth, while at the same time policy has these very short cycles where they want to see results very soon. And so this can be a challenge, especially when key people in these institutions that we're collaborating with are changing jobs while we're in the middle of running our RCTs. So working with the Ministry of Labor in Denmark, at least this is one challenge that we have faced, that you really need to have political support from above and from the bottom layer. But at both ends, key people that you're working with can really change many times during the process of running an RCT that might take a year to run, and then waiting for outcomes that materialize after 1 to 2 years. Okay, regarding the actual policy, I mean, for us as researchers, it's not our decision to what policies are more efficient, but still I have to ask, this overall policy aim, make founders employers, why? What is the purpose? Is it for firms? Is it for workers? Was there any existing evidence of barriers for hiring in these startups? So the firms that actually took up this policy are typically these sole proprietorships. And there's not really an existing evidence that they generate a lot of growth that they take up, that they sort of like from employment start to generate growth, right? And also, we don't really know much about what prevents them from hiring. Is it uncertainty of worker productivity, lack of regulatory knowledge, and so forth? I haven't seen myself evidence of positive effects on business scaling, firm growth, firm innovation from making this first hire. And as I read the paper, the authors don't find any significant effects on firm performance. So in a sense, the first stage, which is really, can we get firms to take up this policy? Yes, we can. It's successful, the first stage. Then the second stage would be, who are we helping? Are we helping these firms? Are we helping these workers? Well, that really depends on where the workers are coming from. Are they coming out of unemployment? Yes, then there's a potential that actually we're taking them out of unemployment, putting them into employment, right? And that would be a positive effect in my eyes. Or if it could help firms to grow or to become more innovative. But there's no such evidence at this point. So we know that job training programs generally do help workers to get into more permanent employment. But the question then is, of course, would it be better for these workers to be in larger corporations? Are they really best helped by being in sole founder companies where they are interacting with one person instead of creating maybe a big network? And I think one channel that is worth looking into is whether these people who actually who become this first employee, whether they're more likely to start their own startups. Because in that sense, it could actually have follow-up externalities on generating more startups. Okay. Another question, of course, is again to the policymakers rather than to the researchers, whether these hiring subsidies are the best, cheapest policy to achieve the policy goal of turning non-employers to employers. So several other alternatives than paying out very costly subsidies have been tried in the past and have been found to work. You could offer an infrastructure for posting jobs and screening candidates. That has been shown to be efficient. Or you could offer information on employment regulations. That's also been shown to generate similar effects. So when policymakers are starting to look into wanting to run an RCT, of course you need to start by lining up the catalog of which policies could be efficient in achieving the goal that you're hoping to achieve. Therefore, I hope that the researchers will also look into a sort of cost-benefit analysis and think about who are the workers. So, if they're coming out of unemployment, then of course it's a different piece of math relative to taking efficient employees from another firm, bringing them into these not very productive non-employer firms. Then there are the ethical considerations, which again is a comment more to the policymakers than the researchers. And that's about when we implement this kind of RCT, we have at the back of our minds that this is going to have a positive effect on the firms who are offered this subsidy. Otherwise, why would we start? Would we start to implement an RCT on a policy that we don't find is effective? No, we would not. So we implement it thinking that it's going to be effective, it's going to help these small firms. So is it ethical that we're only offering the treatment to 50% of the firms? I'm really happy that the Finnish authorities seem to have accepted what is the first best for researchers, which is exactly to randomize treatment. But in the Danish context, this is one of the things that I've had to discuss with the Ministry of Labour in implementing RCTs. That, okay, we can allow you to do a staggered implementation because we cannot hold back a policy that might be positive for some, from half of the population, right? So then you get to roll out only for 50% for a certain period, and then the rest have to be offered this policy. But that's one of the questions that you have to ask yourself in the startup, in the design phase, right? Which kind of ethical trade-off do we face with these policies? Okay, then, of course, in terms of hiring subsidies, are they really the most effective policy instrument to help these sole proprietorships? Would they have been better off with some kind of R&D subsidy? Would they maybe have been better off just being allowed to take these small firm loans that in which allowed the sole proprietorships to choose themselves where are this money best spent, is my main challenge in is it really whether I can hire or not. Then, of course, as I mentioned before, there are these considerations of externalities, right? So that goes back to thinking about when I give some firms money to hire, where am I taking these employees from? Am I taking them out of jobs and companies where they're generating a lot of growth and now subsidizing them to go into these not very productive firms? And so when we design these experiments, what we can do is to, typically what one would do is to have a higher degree of treatment in some regions, and other regions you would just have a very small degree of treatment, and then you can measure if there are externalities on the sort of surrounding landscape of firms, whether they suffer. And this is, of course, important if we want to continue with the policy afterwards, that we are aware that it might create negative or positive spillovers. In terms of limitations or extensions, it's really helpful when we design these experiments that we actually take the time to run some kind of pre-survey before we set out, because that helps us. For instance, in this case, it would have helped the researchers to understand the perceived barriers or enablers for hiring amongst founders. So you get some kind of anchoring where first of all, you understand what is the main challenge in hiring that first employee. Are there any perceived barriers? But also the evidence that we collect sort of at the pre-stage can help us later on to do our subgroup analysis and look into specific mechanisms. In this case, also no post-survey was distributed, which could have been used to investigate whether the firms that had been treated had actually perceived to have benefits from the policy. And also, their employees, right, the people that were hired, were they perceiving that they were given a possibility to explore what it means to work for a startup and maybe with potential for future employment. And I think that for sort of further investigation into the topic, it's important to think about who were what companies actually took up this policy. So we know that the limited liability firms do actually see growth when they hire, but we haven't seen any evidence on this for the non-employer sole proprietorships. So if they're the ones that are more likely to take up the policy, then this is interesting. And then, of course, another aspect which I think you have access to in the registers would be to look at whether the relative timing to founding matters. It's super interesting whether it's a firm, I think, that has been going on for 20 years with one person that then suddenly starts to scale, or whether it's newly started firms that have these, this desire to get their first employee. In terms of industry, I know that you did, I think, clustered randomization or stratified randomization by industry codes. So I would encourage the researchers also to look into in which industries have these subsidies been where there are a greater share of compliers. And when this hiring happens, are founders actually taking in people who can substitute themselves? Or are they getting in people with some kind of complementarities, lower skill, higher skill? I think that's it. Okay, so I think there are a lot of things that can be learned from these types of experiments, and I'm not going to mention all of them, but there are definitely advantages for running these kind of RCTs in this Nordic setting. But there are, the different elements, the spillovers, the ethical considerations. These kind of things should be part of the recipe when we implement the RCTs. Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Sophie. I have just a couple of complementing comments, more from the practical side. First of all, I think that the register-based experimentation is a Nordic advantage, as we've already heard a couple of times here. all of the Nordic countries have good population registers, which enable cost-effective, high-powered evaluations. And especially seen in this, this paper, it's using sort of high-frequency data sets. The incomes register, it's available for researchers at the monthly level, but basically it's transaction-level data. You could probably get access to it at the daily level if that would be useful for some research question. And also from the tax authorities, the data is quite high frequency. But for other questions, you don't have this luxury. You may have only data at annual level or so, which limits the sort of questions that you can answer or how quickly you can answer some of these questions. But I still think that there's, at least in Finland, areas for improvement here. For example, access to data. As you can see from this paper, there was legislation on this, that the researchers have access to all of the data without any costs. And there may be problems with timeliness of the data. Here you're using tax authorities' data, which is very up to date. But if you look at, for example, the firm registers at Statistics Finland, they are not very up to date. If you want to, if you need to use that data to do your randomization and reach the firms, there's going to be some problems because those are not up to date. And the cost of accessing the data is high and getting higher all the time. And so this is one part which limits perhaps the research on these sort of experiments. One another point is that you mentioned it in the paper, that you suggested that there would be some surveys to the firms to understand the low take-up puzzle. But this wasn't implemented, and I think this would have been very important and not that costly. If the experiment is 9 million plus the evaluation hundreds of thousands, doing this would have cost maybe 100,000 more, and this would have been probably quite beneficial for also other policies to understand what are the reasons why so few firms take this up. So with these surveys, you could answer the questions that did they receive or read the letters, and how complex they perceive the procedures to be, and what about the timing of these policies, and the liquidity effects, and how quickly you are reimbursed, and all that sort of stuff. And if you want to be a little bit more ambitious, you could randomize the content of the letters if you think that that's important, if you have some supporting information on that. So I think for policymakers thinking about these sort of issues, I think this is a valuable lesson, that the marginal cost of doing these additional surveys wouldn't have been that high, but would potentially have been quite important. Okay, just the final point, the comparison to the quasi-experimental evaluation here. Just to sort of clarify for the audience, even though you very nicely pointed it out from the tables, that there was the difference between those evaluations is not only identification, but actually the policy was very different in terms of eligibility, faster and automatic payments in the RCT, and direct outreach. All great ideas to increase the take-up. But again, here, I think the survey would have been very useful to get better idea on how important these were. And so, yeah, I really think that it should have been done, would have been that costly. So that we would have gotten even more out of this experiment. Okay, thanks, but that was what I had in mind, and now we probably have time for maybe a couple of quick questions, if there are from the audience, before we go to the coffee break. Okay. Okay, quickly. Yeah.
A very quick question for the presenters. Did I count right that the impact size was 207 jobs, some part-time. If you multiply your impact estimates by the size of the group, I think I got 207. So
Yes.
for 1
Yes,
year.
In the final evaluation, we calculate these and report these, and kind of our conclusion is that although kind of the experiment was successful in increasing the fraction of employers in the target group, it very unlikely had any significant kind of more aggregate impacts. And this is because of the low take-up rate. The number of new employers and new, even kind of the upper limit for new employees is very low. What we also see, and kind of in reflection to Sophie's excellent comments, we also look at kind of spillovers in the sense that whether not directly, but kind of try to get some indirect sense of where these employees that are hired come from, and we see that most of them were just before hiring to these treated companies, they were in employment. So they do not come from unemployment. They are not students, or they are not spouses of these entrepreneurs. So the aggregate impacts we cannot expect to have. There's no much harm from this policy, but we cannot expect to see any kind of change in the aggregate employment from this policy. Of course, the treatment period was low, and it's important to keep in mind that this is an increase in the flow rate. So over time, this might have some kind of, the impacts might accumulate, but to make a very strong conclusion, we can speculate and do back of the envelope calculations on what would be the implications if the rate is consistently high. But maybe we would need a longer experiment to really say very strongly about how much the kind of long-term flow rate into employership increased.
Okay, so we have time for one quick question from there. Okay, so Janika.
We only have one.
Okay. Okay, we need to have it for the online audience.
Okay.
Okay.
The next question.
Oh,
We don't want to.
Eli, English. Is this program going on for 4 or 8 years, or was just research limited for certain time? Et toivottavasti se jatkuu, kun persut ei ole enää hallituksessa, mutta viimeistä lausetta ei käännetä.
Yeah. So this was a temporary experiment, right? So it's ended already. Yeah. Yeah.
So it was a temporary experiment, and the policy was not rolled out in full scale or implemented in full scale. So it's not in place at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, and one more quick, and then we'll go to the coffee break. So we have 2 minutes time, so we'll get that and
Thank you. So policy can be good or bad, and experiments can be good or bad. And in this case, low pickup rate and low effects was explained by bad or not perfect design. But it was not clear to me whether it was the design of the policy or whether it was the design of choices because of the experiment that was not good enough.
So I do not completely agree that that the kind of policy or the design was somehow flawed in the sense that we see quite large relative effects. The reason why the policies cannot be thought of as having large effect at the level of the whole economy is because of this population of non-employer firms is just some fraction of all firms, and in this population the incidence of becoming an employer has quite low likelihood, so the fraction who become employers is quite low. So that's why the kind of the nominal effects are quite low, but the relative effects are quite large. But there are just not many non-employer entrepreneurs that would become employers even with this kind of subsidy.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's for the first paper, and now we have a 10-minute coffee break, and we'll continue 10 sharp with the next topic. Okay, thanks.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got, don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go! Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high, bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high, bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go! Bring me down, can't none bring me down. so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. And I hope that you are having the time of your life. But think twice. That's my only advice. Come on now, who do you think you are? Bless your soul. You really think you're in control? Well, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Just like me. My heroes had the heart to lose their lives out on a limb. And all I remember is thinking, I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, it looked like fun. If there's no coincidence, I've come. And I can die when I'm done. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy.
We move like cagey tigers, oh, we couldn't get closer than this. The way we walk, the way we talk, the way we stalk, the way we kiss. We slip through the streets while everyone sleeps, getting bigger and sleeker and wider and brighter. We bite and scratch and scream all night. Let's go and throw all the songs we know into the sea. You and me, all the years that no one heard. I'll show you in spring, it's a treacherous thing. We miss you, kiss, love cats. We miss so wonderfully, 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 wonderfully pretty.
I love you, let's go. Solid gold.
Okay, so it's time to continue. The topic will be interventions in education, and the speaker will be Stina Nyhus Larsen from Aarhus University. Please.
I'm Stina, and I will be presenting the work titled Childhood and Adolescent Interventions in a Danish Setting, which is a meta-analysis of evidence from Trygfonden's Center for Child Research. And this paper is joint work with Michael Rosholm, Katrine Tøllenbøl, and Nikolaj Poulsen. So the introduction to this work is that we all come from the Center for Child Research, which is funded by Trygfonden, a Danish insurance company. The center has more than 10 years of experience in interventions in educational context. And these interventions include a range of different areas, such as general language development for children, language development for bilingual children, language development for dyslexic children. It includes effects on teachers' aides in Danish classroom. It includes special camps targeted disadvantaged boys. It includes interventions specifically target developing math skills. It includes the development of language tests now used widely in the Danish education system. And all these different interventions are evaluated using proper methods. The gold standard is, of course, to use randomized control trials to evaluate these interventions, but in many contexts this is unfeasible, either due to the nature of the intervention, due to the implementation context, or other considerations. And in these cases we use quasi-experimental methods instead. And as has already been mentioned in this room, this is feasible due to the very good registers we have in the Nordic countries and also in Denmark. So the aim of this work is to synthesize all these intervention studies from Trygfonden Center for Child Research in a meta-analysis. We want to look into specifics about the interventions that influence the estimated effect sizes, such as the evaluation method. Does it matter whether the intervention was evaluated with an RCT or another method? Are there other mediators or moderators that has an influence on the estimated effect size? And this work extends previous work done by Rosholm et al. From 2021. They also did a meta-analysis of interventions from the center. They focused only on RCTs, and they found evidence of what we call a Heckman curve, meaning that early interventions in childhood development tend to have larger effect sizes, both because children are have a lot to learn when they are young, but also because early investments might mean that future investments are more effective. This work builds on existing literature, and much of the existing work on childhood development and the like has been done in the United States. Here we see programs such as Head Start and pre-kindergarten, which are center-based programs, and they fall in two main lines of research: research on children's learning opportunities and research on different instructional practices. That research has found that quality interactions, enriched learning environments, teacher developments, and specifically targeted curricula are effective in improving different learning outcomes for children. Also, school factors have been heavily studied, but this area of research is less abundant in terms of research with strong causal identification. However, they have identified different structural factors that are important, and they have looked into different ways of improving early reading instruction. We see limited research on parent and family programs, with the main exception being the Abecedarian project, which is a large-scale project that has been found to have positive effects long-term on different child development outcomes. So the methods applied in this work is, as I said, based on data from one research center. The reason for this is that we have unique access to high detailed information on the interventions included in the analysis. We have access to information about cost-standardized effect sizes, so we can calculate how effective are these interventions when we scale them by how expensive they are. We are able to survey the principal investigators and get information on the intervention development, the intervention context, the intervention ingredients. And this, of course, has some drawbacks, introduces risks of bias because we evaluate ourselves this way, and we try to mitigate this by conducting risk of bias analyses of all included studies. We also know that this means that the insights are limited, and they are sort of limited to this research center, and the generalizability outside the center is limited, but we argue that many of these findings would generalize to other Scandinavian contexts. So we sort of balance the trade-off between this high detail information and the drawbacks this way. The inclusion criteria for the studies included in the analyses is that they have to be conducted by a researcher affiliated with Trygfonden Center for Child Research, and the intervention has to take place in Denmark. The study has to be completed, and effect sizes on some cognitive or educational outcome has to be available in a publicly available report or scientific journal article. And lastly, for the analysis of cost-standardized effect sizes, we of course have to be able to calculate the cost-standardized effect sizes, so we have to be able to gain access on cost of intervention. This could either be directly from the paper or article, but it could also be through obtaining information about the cost from the principal investigator. The outcomes included in the meta-analyses has to be some sort of standardized test score or educational outcome indicator. In many cases, we use the national tests as outcome because these are available in the high-quality registers. National tests in Denmark are taken at specific grades throughout the education system in language, math, and all other public school subjects. In cases where children are too young to enter the public school, so in preschool interventions, we use typically language assessments instead, because we have no such register test available. So we use these language assessments that are used as part of the school preparation program in many kindergartens in Denmark. For young adults who have completed the public school system, we typically use level of education as outcome, because these interventions are mainly focused at young people who have yet to acquire a formal education. So the interventions are targeted at helping these youngsters to achieve this level of education. We use the primary effect on outcome when this is available, but in some cases the papers only report effects on some subtest, and in those cases we average the effect sizes across the subtests and aggregate the standard deviations using appropriate formulas. And we then standardize the effect sizes with the group standard deviation. We do this because we want to take into account that some of these interventions might target the treatment variation, not only the treatment mean. So by standardizing with the control group standard deviation, we assume that this is the standard variation in the group. And lastly, when we look at the cost standardized effect sizes, we take the average cost per participant and convert this into $100 so that we get the effect size per $100, which allows for easy comparison between studies. We also conduct an analysis of different mediators and moderators that might play a role in effect size. So we want to see what drives the effects, the variations in the estimated effect sizes that we see across the studies. One of the reasons we can do this is because we have been able to survey all principal investigators on specifics of the intervention. So we look at different moderators, which is things that are around the intervention, so the implementation context, such as intervention design, evaluation design, what was the target group, what was the age of the target group, what was the learning outcome used to evaluate the intervention. We also look at specific mediators, who was the intervention designer, was practitioners involved when designing the intervention, was it aimed directly at the cognitive outcome, or was it working through mediators such as socio-emotional skills? Is the intervention aimed at improving quantity or quality? What is the active ingredient of the intervention? To what degree was the intervention manualized? So how much freedom did implementers have in implementing the intervention? Was it targeted at specifically disadvantaged groups such as low SES homes or immigrant homes? Where did it take place? Was it at home or in some sort of institution, daycare? How much support was given during the intervention? All these information go into the mediator and moderator analysis. Okay, so the model we use to evaluate take into account that there is high degrees of interdependencies and the heterogeneities that come into play. So we know that heterogeneity may stem from the specific learning outcome used. Was the intervention focused at improving language or math development? There are different target subgroups along the age span. So was it aimed at young children, older children? We know that content and implementation vary a lot between studies. So all these studies have in common that they take place in the same research center following the same rigorous procedures in intervention development. We know that they are developed with high quality in mind, with many different people who participate in the development, but the specifics of the intervention vary a lot. We also take into account that there are some dependencies between different learning outcomes, treatment arms, and studies. So we see that within each study there may be dependencies between different treatment arms, and within treatment arms there may be dependencies between different learning outcomes, and within each learning outcome there may be dependencies between participants. And all this is taken into account by the formal model we use, which estimates the population effect size by the true population effect size plus a random component for these different hierarchical levels. So while we argue that this specification takes into account the heterogeneity in the model, we formally test this using Cochrane's Q and the I-squared statistic. We also conduct cluster robust estimates of the variance-covariance matrix and hence the standard errors to make sure that these clusters and interdependencies are accounted for in the estimations. We use the sandwich estimation tool for this. When we conduct the meta-regressions, which is the analysis of the different mediators and moderators, we use practically the same specification, except we include a term for all these variables indicating the different mediators and moderators. The procedure is a little more complex because we have to first deal with the fact that some of these mediators and moderators are exact linear combinations. This is a problem both for interpretability but also for model convergence. So we first identify the variables that are exact linear combinations, meaning they vary identically across the different studies. And then we remove one of these linear combinations so that we only have one of each a variation combination. Then we perform a forward selection procedure, meaning we add one of the variables at a time and see which has the most explanatory power. Then this one is added, and we afterwards add the remaining variables one at a time to see which has the most explanatory power. until we have all variables added in the model. Along the way, we keep track of the Akagi information criterion because we have to balance the inclusion of an additional variable. It has to mean that the explanatory power of the model is significantly improved, and the Akagi information criterion balances the trade-off between explanatory power and adding too many variables. So with this procedure, we get the most explanatory power for the fewest variables. Lastly, we perform sensitivity analyses and robustness analyses, and the sensitivity analyses include a leave one out analysis because we want to look into whether one or few studies are driving the effects that we find. So we exclude one of the studies at a time, and then we repeat the entire analysis, both the simple meta-analysis and the meta-regressions, to see if results change drastically, which they hopefully shouldn't. Okay, so I will now move into presenting the results of the study. The first table here presents the analysis of the raw effect sizes, the simple meta-analysis. And we see that the estimated true population effect size is 0.104, and this result is significant. So this means that across the 63 effect sizes, 49 treatment arms, and 32 studies included, generally interventions have a positive effect on some child development outcome. And the I-squared statistic, which is a measure of heterogeneity, is 95%, and this is a relatively high I-squared statistic because it means that 95% of the variation we see is estimated to be due to true heterogeneity between the studies. So while we would like that the studies were very similar in nature, we also know, as I said previously, that they are not. We know that they have very different means of working. We know that they are developed very differently. So it does make sense that there is a lot of heterogeneity that is not just due to sampling noise. The next slide here shows the forest plot, as we call it, of the included effect sizes. They are ranked by their estimate, and we see that they range from 0.25, which is the least effectful intervention, to the most effectful intervention called play and learn, which has an effect size of 0.68. This intervention is targeted language development and takes place in kindergarten, and it works through specific play games to improve language development. The next most effectful intervention is one called TMTM, a specific treatment arm within this, which is a mathematics intervention where a teacher focuses on one student, and it takes place in grade 2. So we see that the most effective interventions are very different in nature. This figure visualizes the effect sizes as a function of cost per participant. And as we see in this figure, there is no clear relationship between effect size and cost of intervention. So it is not the case that more expensive interventions typically have higher effect sizes. This is also the case when we split by whether the intervention was significant or not, or the effect size was significant or not. And it is also the case if we split by whether the intervention was evaluated using an RCT or not. So there is just generally no strong association between cost and effect size. And this is interesting because it motivates, first of all, the analysis of the cost standardized effect sizes. So if we penalize interventions by how costly they are, does that change ranking in the forest plot? And it also motivates the analysis of the mediators and moderators because we want to look into, okay, it's not price of intervention that is driving the effects. Do we know what it is? Then can we identify other variables that are important in identifying effective interventions? It's important to note that when we now cost standardized effect sizes, they lose some of their numerical interpretability because we cost standardize them to effect size per $100, but we could also have standardized to effect size per $1,000 or $10. So the numerical result will be dependent on how we change or how we choose to standardize the effect sizes. And and it is a constructed measure that is not directly interpretable as a usual effect size. But it does enable comparison of the relative efficiency of the interventions. So that is the result we see here. It's the simple meta-analysis of the cost-standardized effect sizes. Again, we see a generally positive, though smaller in magnitude, estimated effect size, and this result is also statistically significant. So that means that even when we take into account that interventions vary a lot in cost, effect sizes are still generally positive. Interventions still has a overall positive effect on some child development outcome. The I-squared statistics, so the estimate of remaining heterogeneity, has increased to almost 100%, meaning that almost all of the variation we see now is caused by true variation between the studies. And this figure shows the forest plot for the cost-standardized effect sizes. So the picture is the same, 80% are positive and 53% are significant, but the most effective intervention is now an intervention called performance information and feedback, which had low effect sizes, but they were also very, very cheap, so you get a lot of effect size per dollar spent in these interventions. And they're both mathematics interventions, while the third most effectful intervention is the Leap Open, taking place in kindergarten, which is also a language intervention. So still, the most effectful interventions vary a lot in nature, even when we take cost into account. I will now move on to presenting the results of the meta-regressions, so the mediator and moderator analyses. And what is important to note here is that there are both variables that are associated with higher effect sizes and variables that are associated with lower effect sizes. So generally, we see that interventions targeted educators, meaning that they work at improving child development by enabling the educators to conduct better or more quality interactions with the children. That's generally associated with higher effect sizes. So is interventions targeted preschool, so younger children. We also see that interventions where the learning outcome is other, which is typically a vocabulary test, is more associated with higher effect sizes than learning outcomes targeted language and math, the national tests typically. And we see that using process quality as the active ingredient is more effective than using structural quality or learning formats. And process quality is sort of what happens inside the classroom. It's classroom management, it's the learning materials, it's how the teacher interacts with the children. On the other hand, we see that fully manualized interventions are less effective. So that's interventions where the implementer has a high degree of freedom in implementing the intervention. We see that interventions targeting learning, language as the learning outcome are less effective. We see that age is negatively associated with effect size, and that makes good sense since interventions targeted preschool were more effective. And lastly, we see that generally increasing quality is less effective than increasing quantity. So more time tend to be more effective than better time. And then there is one variable that is conspicuous by its absence, which is evaluation method. It does not seem to matter whether the intervention was evaluated using an RCT or a quasi-experimental design. So this means that, on average, the studies included that use quasi-experimental evaluation methods were unbiased on average. We cannot rule out that there may be bias in individual studies, but it is not the case that quasi-experimental studies are generally associated with either higher or lower effect sizes. A hypothesis might have been that RCTs would be better at isolating the effect sizes because we assume that the only variation left is caused by the intervention when we randomize, but we find no indication that this is the case based on this result. And if we look at the meta-regression for the cost-standardized effect sizes, the picture is the same. It is more or less the same variables that are selected as important for effect size. Again, evaluation method is conspicuous by its absence. So regardless of whether we penalize interventions for how costly they are, it does not seem to matter how they are evaluated. And we gain sort of more trust in studies evaluated using quasi-experimental methods based on this result, because we see no indication that they are, as I said before, biased on average. Okay, so now I will move on to some of the robustness analyses that we have conducted to make sure that our results are reliable. The first thing we did was conduct a test for publication bias formally. We used the Kendall rank correlation test for this, and for the raw effect sizes, the test is insignificant, meaning that we cannot reject the null hypothesis that there is no publication bias. This is also what we see in the funnel plot here, the figure on the left, where there is high precision closer to the true effect size, and the shape of the dots is relatively symmetric. The picture is not the same when we look at the cost-standardized effect sizes. Here the formal test is significant, and we do see some asymmetry in the funnel plot. We see right-hand clustering. However, we argue that, as I said before, the cost-standardized effect sizes is a constructed measure. And if we saw publication bias due to cost of intervention, this would mean that either more or less expensive interventions were more likely to be published. And we consider this to be very little, to have a very low likelihood, because in many cases, articles do not even report effect sizes. We had to obtain them through surveying the principal investigators. So that this should have introduced some sort of bias in the results, we deem very little likely. And they make us, so this analysis make us no less worried about publication bias. Still, we conduct a formal risk of bias assessment for each included study. We do this for each treatment arm and for each learning outcome within each treatment arm. We use the tools from something called Cochrane methods to assess the risk of bias objectively, and they provide sort of a checklist that you have to manually go through for all learning outcomes within treatment arms to assess risk of bias from different sources. And this figure shows the results for the RCT studies, because you use a different tool for different designs. And as you can see, overall bias across the RCTs has been deemed to be a low risk of bias. The picture is the same when looking at the quasi-experimental studies. We also judge all included effect sizes to have a low risk of bias. In some cases, the algorithm implemented within the tool considered the studies to have some concern for risk of bias, and in those cases it was almost always due to the fact that there was no publicly available pre-registered analysis plan for the studies. However, we know, because we have this insight from the center, that already when securing funding from Trygfonden, we have to specify analysis plans. We have to internally pre-register analysis plans. And while they are not publicly available, we have been able to sort of assess whether they have been followed. We can survey the principal investigators on whether they internally followed some analysis plan. We know that Trygfonden encourages publication regardless of effect sizes. And we also saw that almost half of the included studies were actually insignificant. So that made us confident in judging all these studies to have a low risk of bias, even though the algorithm from the tool was less certain. I will now present the analysis of the sensitivity analyses with the leave one out analysis. So what we did here was look for influential studies, and this figure shows the estimated population effect size of the simple meta-analyses when leaving one study out at a time. So first we left out the study called Boys Camp, and then conducted the simple meta-analysis again. And as you can see, the estimated effect size is stable around 0.1. So this indicates no presence of influential studies that are driving the effects. And if we look at the meta-regressions with the mediator-moderator analysis, the picture is the same. The same variables are chosen as important for effect size, and their estimate is always in the same direction. It's not there are no variables that sometimes are positive and sometimes are negative. Sometimes more variables are included than others, and in these cases, the estimates are smaller for the included variables, but that makes sense, right? That when more variables are included, less explanatory power is attributed to each of the included variables. So across these two leave one out analyses, we find no indication of presence of highly influential studies. And while I have not included them here, we have conducted the same analysis for the cost-standardized effect sizes, and for those the picture is the same. Stable estimations, no indication of highly influential studies, which means that we have more trust in our findings. Okay, I will now move on to a discussion of the results. So let me remind you that both the meta-analysis, simple meta-analysis of the raw effect sizes and of the cost-standardized effect sizes, in both cases we found positive estimated population effect sizes, and both were significant. So generally, overall, we find that a thorough scientific approach to developing interventions in a child development context seems to work. It does not matter whether you conduct whether the intervention is aimed at mathematics or language, what the age group is. Across all different interventions, they seem to work. So carefully designed interventions, be rigorous in your procedure, then you will, in many cases, be able to develop very effective interventions. However, we have some variation, of course, across the different studies, interventions. So, for example, we see that preschool interventions tend to be more effective. This is consistent with previous literature. As I mentioned, for example, the Rosholm 2021 paper has found that previous interventions or early interventions are more effective than later interventions. And it's found across the literature broadly. We also see that working through educators, so developing interventions that are aimed at helping educators conduct more quality, have more quality interactions with the children, that seems to be very effective. We also see that fully manualized interventions are less effective. So interventions where implementers have a high degree of freedom, they tend to be less effective. It's important to note, however, that only 12.7% of the studies were actually fully manualized. And we cannot rule out that these studies had something else in common than the fact that they were fully manualized, and that this effect is instead, or that this other variable is instead driving the effect. And that is true for all of the mediators moderators that have low variation. So what does it actually reflect? It's also important to note that study design was an insignificant predictor. Both randomized control trials and quasi-experimental methods are useful. They are unbiased on average. But it's important to note, of course, that assumptions for these different methods and hence the generalization differs. So we know that for randomized control trials, the generalizability is broad. We can assume it's okay to assume that effects would be similar when conducted on in a different context, but that is not necessarily the case for quasi-experimental studies because they have higher or more strict assumptions and less generalizability. We also have similar findings both when looking at raw effect sizes and cost-standardized effect sizes. So it does not seem to matter how expensive the intervention is, which might also be a bit surprising. In a way, we might have hoped that more expensive interventions were more effective, right? So when you spend more money on an intervention, you also hope that to develop a more effective intervention, but we do not find evidence that this is the case. And lastly, I would like to discuss the limitations of the study. So, first of all, we'll only look at short-term effects. But we know that fade-out happens in many cases. It's a well-known phenomenon. We know that the degree of fade-out will also vary. So if we took into account that some interventions may be very effective immediately after the intervention, but over time the effect would vanish and the control group would sort of catch up with the treatment group, that might change the picture of effective interventions. But in many cases, only these short-term effects are available, so we will never sort of have the means of knowing how effective they are over time. When we look at the treatment costs, we have treated them as fixed, so we have assumed that scaling the interventions would scale linearly in terms of costs. So adding 10 times as many participants would mean that the cost would increase 10 times as well. But in practice, that would probably not be the case, right? In many cases, it would be scaling the intervention would be much cheaper than scaling the number of participants. And we have also estimated the costs in some cases, both based on how the principal investigators responded, and they have also sometimes estimated the cost of the intervention, so it's not necessarily the most precise estimate. So we have definitely introduced some risk of bias or some heterogeneity into the model when conducting the cost standardized effect sizes. We consider the internal validity of the study to be quite high, because we know that the studies have been implemented in a very similar context under very similar circumstances. We therefore have reason to believe that the interventions or the findings of this study would generalize to new studies done within the same context. We also argue that they would, to a high degree at least, generalize to interventions done in a similar context, so in a Scandinavian welfare system where the general quality of education is high. However, when we look at, if we imagine that the interventions would be applied in a different context in countries where less is spent on education, we might actually assume that some of the interventions might have even higher effects because there's more room for improvement in childhood development. So high external validity to Scandinavian context and low external validity to contexts outside Scandinavia. We would also like to acknowledge that we have been focusing on one research center, and this of course limits the external validity. We have excluded some valuable insights from very good research done by very competent researchers, and this is of course a limitation of this study. The reason we did this, as I already mentioned, is that it allowed us to make this very detailed analysis of costs and effects. It allowed us to survey the principal investigators on all these active ingredients, and thus we were able to conduct this mediator-moderator analysis to sort of look into what is associated with higher and lower effect sizes. Do we know what characterizes effectful interventions and what characterizes less effectful interventions? But of course the perspective might be skewed. All regions are not represented in this study. And yeah, we are well aware of that, but it was sort of a trade-off between the level of detail that we wanted and the external validity that we would be able to generalize across. Yeah, so that was it.
Okay, thank you very much, Stina. And the next discussant will be Hannu Karhunen from Labora. So 15 minutes, the floor is yours.
Oops. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, which way?
Green button.
Green. Oh.
Green one.
Yeah. No. Oh, so my name is Hannu Karhunen. I'm a research leader from Labora, and I'm really pleased to be here and give a comments for this paper. I'm gonna have only give only short comments on this paper. I'm gonna talk more about this kind of like what happens in Nordic countries and especially what happens in Finland. So I'm gonna try to give up some kind of reflection, like what should we do. I was extremely pleased to read this because it gave me a chance to read the paper which is built upon, paper by Rosholm. And it's a really good survey in that sense that it really finds the Heckman curve. But then on the other hand, it includes really important discussion about what do we think about Heckman curve. So in traditional sense, the Heckman curve is this, that marginal returns for investments are higher in a younger age and then declines if we invest in older cohorts. But you could also think about that as this kind of efficient frontier. So if you think about public policy where we invest money, quite a lot of money in education, we get most of it when we invest in younger cohorts. So in this sense, if you think about education as educational investments as this kind of interventions, that frontier is as like this kind of set of best case scenarios, what we get out from this kind of educational policies. So it's some kind of maximum value what we can get from the money. And it's like a really interesting thing to think about that even in Nordic country where we use quite a lot of money on education, we still find positive coefficients, positive effect for this intervention. So it tells us that perhaps we are quite a far away from this frontier, which we should try to get on. And it's a really excellent paper in that sense to have this discussion. And now then Larsen et al. They expand this paper and they add their non-RCTs and they find the similar results basically. So Heckman curve is still alive there. And in my mind it's a really good job. And if I understood correctly, the editor of the journal is giving the technical comments. So I can focus on some other stuff. What I was thinking about is that okay, you're really focusing on these studies on this one institute, which I understand really well, so that you can get more insight from that. And it's really important to highlight that it's a really good way to process these things. But still, I would argue that it's a little bit hard to understand what the treatments really are in that sense that because there are so many different kind of treatments, educational treatments, and I would like to have to see some kind of clarification about how, by topic what those are. And it was quite a hard to see that through from those papers. And in that sense, we have got a lot of other studies I know, not from Denmark, but also for example, from Norway, really good papers which also study these things. So I would somehow like to see some kind of comparison still that what is the external validity. And it would bring some joy, at least for me, to see those results and that kind of discussion. And as you said, at the moment you're dealing with quite a short-term outcomes, and I really hope that in the future these RCTs which have been done, they would be a new version of those where there would be a long-term measurement. So it's really nice that if you follow them as a panel in the future, next 20 years or something like that, it's cool. And I would like to also stress that replications are really important in that sense that you know all the details, how the studies were made. So please hire PhD students or someone else to repeat those studies, because usually there's some mistakes in the code or something's happening there, and usually we find out that some share of the studies don't match up to reality afterwards. So replications are really important. And now I'm going to jump to Norway. Sorry about that. I know you're from Denmark. So we know that there are a lot of good field experiments for education coming from Denmark, but also from Norway. So, for example, the paper which is there top there from Economic Journal, really good journal, they are studying what is the effect of one additional teacher in a class environment in a first and second grade, and how it affects the reading skills of the children. So it's a really wide, large field experiment. If I remember correctly, there's something like 6,000 students, 300 schools. So really, really large experiment. And now the question really is like, how do Danish and Norwegians manage to do this? And if you read those papers through, you really find out these similarities that why it's possible. So you really find out that, first of all, the administration, the public officials are really, really interested about this. They help researchers. They are the collaboration between the administration side and research side, it really works. So the second thing is that there's really this kind of really strong research infrastructure which helps researchers to carry out the field experiment. And here is an example, and if we move on a little bit like how countries differ in this kind of research infra. If you think about national assessments for students, we know that in Sweden, for example, students are measured in 3rd, 6th, and 9th grade. In Denmark, you said that you are assessing students all the time. I don't know why you don't assess them in the 5th grade, but you assess them in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and then in 9th grade you have a final exam, which I guess is like an exit exam. It's the exam which you're using when you apply to the secondary education. So it's this kind of, and we know, okay, and also we like in Norway, Iceland, and Estonia, we have quite a lot of different measurements at the national level. So what country is missing from there? Finland. But I'm not going to talk about that yet. But I'm going to trying to like tell you how they use this information, because I think that's quite an interesting thing. Teachers, in my understanding, in these countries, they use this information as a mental checkout, like what works, if I'm doing something, how things are going on. So it's a tool for them to improve teaching, in my understanding. It's also this kind of it gives performance information also for the children and for the parents. So that children and parents know how good or bad they are. That's one function. And the third function is this kind of administrative accountability function, which is that they are bad schools, they are bad teachers, they are really good schools, really good teachers, but we need to know that we can help those institutions. So this kind of accountability comes out from this kind of measurements by design. So now that we move out to Finland, we have a really, really decentralized system of education, and actually we do not have any accountability in this framework. Municipalities are by law conducting self-evaluations, and we know from the surveys that self-evaluations means different things for different municipalities. And some municipalities do not perform self-evaluation. So as I told you earlier on, we do not have national standardized tests, so we do not have an output measure for different interventions, but we do not have an input side either. So we do not know what happens in schools. We do not carry out what the resources are. We do not carry out who are the teachers, how qualified they are. We know really little about what happens in the school. And yeah, and it's a really like we still use a lot of evidence that is not causal to make a policy, this kind of policy recommendations, which is a really pity. Especially if you think about the municipality level. The officials at the municipality level, do they have the resources to find out that, oh, is this a good advice based on evidence or not? I argue that not. So, I have still 5 minutes, but so the challenges for Finland is for the future to get this kind of field experiments going on in education. Well, there are challenges, but I would say that one of the biggest is that the system is so fragmented at the municipality level, and we need coordination. Even Helsinki, which is quite a big town, is quite small if you think about that you want to have a randomization. Because we need the statistical power, and we would really need to have multiple municipalities and schools from different regions. And it's a challenge to explain to the leaders of municipalities and officials that why this is important. So it takes a lot of time for the researchers. So And the point which I said that earlier, that we don't have a national learning assessment, but we have a lot of different research groups in different universities saying that their way to measure learning is the best way. Believe me, like every university has their own research group making learning measurements, and they do not coordinate. They even compete each others, and they contact schools, municipalities, and tell that we have a learning measurements, and we are going to come there and carry this out again and again. I don't know how it works in Denmark, but in Finland I would argue that this is, I don't know what is the return for this behavior for the schools, because it takes time from the teachers, from the officials to carry out these measurements all again. And it also means that those research groups, they are focusing on measurement, not on causal analysis. So they are just keen about measuring how some outcome develops over time, and not about how to make improvements. The causal analysis, what we are hearing today. So it's a pity. And also, while we have some good registers on schools, best data is still in the municipality registers, and each municipality have different understanding how to use the register data, how to store it, and so on. So it's a big challenge to try to combine all of those from different municipalities, especially if you have a grant, which is 2-year grant, and you need to do the research quite fast. So it's a complicated thing. But I'm not going to be just negative, so I'm going to give some positive signals from Finland. People who know me, they know that usually I'm quite negative, but there are some positive signals for this. For example, Helsinki has carried out a field experiment, which is still going on, which is a really good thing. That is a reading experiment for the first and second graders. Yeah, I should know it. What I have been involved in that, it has been a lot about this kind of personal connection, how researchers really contact the municipality leaders or the officials in there, and how that connection works. If the connection doesn't work, no chance, you're not going to make any field experiments. And that's a pity, because this is the way how we really create evidence. And it shouldn't be about this kind of personal relationships, but we would need some kind of institutional context where this would work. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hannu. And now we'll have Marjo Kyllönen from City of Helsinki. Please, yes, to defend the municipalities, yes.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Hannu, about your insight, and you kind of warned me that whether I'm going to be offended, but actually you hit the nail. There's the difficulty here in Finland. So I'm Marjo Kyllönen, and I'm coming from the city of Helsinki. I'm just trying to find out how that's...
It's the green button.
Yeah, so... Yeah, good. And I'm a development service director there, and in my unit we have a small research and evaluation team consisting of 4 people, and I think that's kind of a luxury in terms of Finnish environment of Finnish municipalities. That's even our neighborhood cities have congratulated me that we have this kind of research. The article, Stina Nyhus Larsen, where you are somewhere there. So I was so excited when I got the article, and I read it through, and actually there are a lot of similarities that what we are facing in Helsinki, specifically in Helsinki. And what I was really interested in was the kind of the summary, the link to the summary, where I could read through all the experiments that you have meta-analyzed, and if I understood it correctly from Hannu's comments, so that could be useful to somehow to include to your final report. Otherwise, I'm not a researcher, so my insight here is that what does it mean for a municipality? Why do we need collaboration with academia, with the researchers and university, and well, so this will be a bit different presentation, so bear with me. City of Helsinki is the biggest education provider in Finland, and as it's said here or written here, so our aim is to build good learning and well-being of all our citizens and to build sustainable future together to the individuals, but for the society and the globe itself. And for us, it's utmost important that we work towards equal learning, and we are strengthening the core competencies and skills, and also to develop social and emotional skills. And as you can, and this is quite a big job and challenge for us because we are serving approximately 200,000 people who are attending our services, and half of them, like approximately 100,000, are attending this kind of compulsory education or upper secondary education. And still, how Hannu you said it, so still when thinking of randomized experiments, so we are not that big number, but anyway, as a municipality, we think that how to work in the most effective way to gain the objectives that we have. And thinking of teachers and professionals, so we have more than 15,000 people working in our education division, and majority of them are teachers. So there's a big challenge, and we really need to be ambitious in our actions and also know what is the best way to work with our learners and specifically with our teachers and principals. We have in City of Helsinki, we have a strategy for education 2030, and actually, as you can see in that strategy, we have set ourselves quite a high objectives that we in Helsinki, that we use data and research to promote learners' growth and development. And we also want to encourage our schools, our teachers, to use diversity of the learning methods, but not only, but so that they are based or they assess those tools that they are using according the research and they can utilize the research data. And here it's very ambitious, and that is something that is currently driving us, as we heard from Hannu's comments, that the kind of the landscape or the environment in Finland is not that good in terms of doing this, but this is what we are aiming at. And also, when looking at our very new mayor's city strategy that was just released a few weeks ago, so in that strategy we also say that we rely on research data in developing our operation as the whole city, not only the education. And although we also conduct research ourselves, so we see it utmost important that we work in collaboration with universities and with the researchers to improve and develop our work. So why do we really need collaboration between academia or universities and decision makers? We understand that education is an investment for the future, and actually half of our city budget is allocated to education services. And for us, it's really important that our resources are wisely distributed and used. And for example, thinking of, for example, in polarization, so in Helsinki, we have a funding called need-based funding to all the early childhood education centers and schools located in the lower socio-economical district. And we give them more resources, more money. And our question there is that how do we know that using this resource is reducing disparities amongst in our city? Sorry, I need to go back. Polarization and segregation is a growing phenomenon in Helsinki, and also how I understood the article. So it was something also that has been discussed in Denmark, and I think that all over the world, but in this Nordic framework. And our ethos in education is to promote equality and equity, as already mentioned, but according the latest, for example, latest PISA research 2022, the basic education fails in its task to bridge the gap. So our challenge as an educator is how do we know that our structures, our processes, our pedagogical activities have a positive impact to our children's and young ones' growth and learning? So randomized controlled field experiments are part of our border evaluation framework, and these experiments gives us as education providers and policymakers information and understanding how to improve our education procedures and learning outcomes. For example, to achieve the objective of our city strategy that every local school in Helsinki is a good quality school, we need deeper research and data-based understanding of the effectiveness of our everyday practices in schools and early childhood education. In Finland, teachers have quite a broad pedagogical freedom, and they may decide over the tools and methods they use at the classroom, and we really respect that. But to ensure that every child and young one can achieve good skills and competencies to manage in a continued education and working life, we need absolutely better understanding how to support our schools and teachers to choose the best tools and approaches. And we are specifically interested in knowing and understanding better how to improve the learning and growth of disadvantaged children and young ones. As I pointed out in the very beginning, so this article and this meta-analysis has a lot of similarities. We are currently focusing in our research, and actually I think it was also, Hanna, you mentioned that there has to be repetitions. So these are something that at least I myself are really interested to discuss with our researchers that we already collaborate here in Finland. So some thoughts, really some reflections when I was reading this paper. So first thing that when we are having, as a city administrator, so it's really important that we do discuss with the researchers how to design the intervention that affects, because when they are well designed, so they affect the positively to learning outcomes of children of any age. So, and then quite obviously, we all know that intervention targeted to younger children are more effective and promising, and that's something that I have already carried from that article to our executive leading group in Helsinki, and that's something also that maybe have to be considered even more. That what does that mean, for example, in allocating our money to the different activities? Then I have one question mark that maybe that's an area to further study or to get better understanding. According to the meta-analysis, it said that the interventions that are targeted towards education were more effective than those targeted directly at children or their parents. And the thing that is really something that we have been discussing, and it's kind of challenging, that we know from many researches that the social economical background of the child is the strongest indicator to the learning results. So what do we not know yet? So what could be, what is the missing puzzle in this picture, because I'm quite positive that we should be looking at that direction and not just accept that, okay, we do all the interventions to the schools and teachers, but also to think of that what could be the most effective interventions or the effective interventions towards the families and parents or together with them that could kind of cut that negative circle of the background of the children. So maybe that's something to discuss together further on. So finally, here you can see the picture of our new city strategy, a Helsinki we can be proud of. And if and when we want to be proud of our city, so we need this collaboration in between researchers and city administration to know better what to do more effectively in terms of achieving our goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mario. And now we have time. We'll take 2 questions before we take a coffee break. So Matti Sarvimäki here, please. Wait for the mic. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was really helpful, particularly for those of us who are thinking about RCTs for education. So what you need there always is some sort of a benchmark of, what should we have power to detect? And now you're given one more, thus to use like 0.01 standard deviations. But what I would be very curious is that if you look at the studies that you analyze, what's the fraction of those studies that could detect 0.1 standard deviation effects? Are they kind of generally underpowered? That's my...
Yeah, so we haven't formally looked into this for all studies, but in all cases when we design interventions, we typically conduct a power analysis at first. So we are almost always at least aiming for having studies that are powered enough to detect effect sizes. So in the cases where they are insignificant, I would assume that it's rarely because they are underpowered. But we haven't formally checked, so I cannot say for sure. Yeah.
Okay, and Kaisa, please.
Yeah, hi, thanks, very interesting. One thing that particularly drew my attention was this comparison between RCTs and quasi-experimental studies. So for me, it's kind of easy to understand when you do this within a particular study, comparing, how the estimated effects differ across using, different strategies. But then when you're doing this across, or between studies, at least for me, it's kind of harder to interpret. So, I mean, perhaps it really requires quite a sort of comprehensive discussion of what kind of statements can you actually make about how good are quasi-experimental studies compared to RCTs. You kind of started to you made some comments on this in your discussion, but somehow what kind of statements can you actually make based on this comparison? I mean, okay, this is a big question, but yeah, that's something that kind of sort of to be careful not to make too strong statements in a way. Okay.
Yeah, so definitely we have to be careful when sort of comparing these two methods because, yeah, they have these different assumptions. So they do not speak about the same participants in a way, or they do not speak about the same effect in a way. So yeah. Maybe we should discuss that more explicitly in the paper. That's a good comment.
Okay, thanks. So now we'll have a coffee break and we'll be back at 25 past with active labor market policies. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
You needed to charge something. I know there's one right there.
say it now. Instead of carving up the wall, why don't you open up with tall? I'm ready for a fall. Instead of carving up the wall, why don't you open up with tall? We're ready for the fall. I can't hear your voice, do I have a choice? I'm hoping with chance you might take the stance. I can't hear your voice, do I have a choice?
You're sinking below, I'm using my force.
I'm hoping with chance you might take the stance.
You're my number one guy.
Instead of carving up the wall, why don't you open up with tall? I'm ready for a fall. Instead of carving up the wall, why don't you open up with tall? We're ready for a fall.
like a
It's a little blurry how the whole thing started. I don't even really know what you intended. Thought that you were cute and you could make me jealous. Poured it down, so I poured it down. Next thing that I know, I'm in a hotel with you. You were talking deep like it was mad love to you. You wanted my heart, but I just liked your tattoos. Poured it down, so I poured it down. And now I don't understand it. You don't mess with love, you mess with the truth. And I know I shouldn't say it, but my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. 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 Now I always hear them talking about a girl with my name. Saying that I heard you, but I still don't get it. It didn't love me, no, not really. Wait, I could have really liked you. I bet that's why I keep on thinking about you. It's a shame. You said I was good, so I poured it down, so I poured it down. And now I don't understand it. You don't mess with love, you mess with the truth. And I know I shouldn't say it, but my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You got yourself in a dangerous zone, 'cause we both have the fear of being alone. And I still don't understand it. You don't mess with love, you mess with the truth. And my heart don't understand it, understand it, understand it. Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my
Okay, so time to continue. So we have Johan Wikström from IFAO presenting his paper on active labor market policies. Please.
Thanks a lot. So earlier today we have had two super interesting presentations. One on a super novel hiring experiment from Finland and this super nice meta-analysis from Denmark. These two presentations were quite focused on one specific RCT. In my paper, in my talk, I'm going to do this a bit differently. I'm going to take a more broader perspective on active labor market policies. And the kind of starting point for this article was, of course, the question from Roope and Antti. Do you want to write something about this? And of course, the first thing you're thinking about, do I really have something to say about this topic? And then I thought, okay, I've been doing RCTs for 10 years in Sweden. Probably I have a lot of things to say. And I started to think about things. What do I want to discuss? Yeah, I want to discuss things about ethics, about cost, implementation issues, policy recommendations, all these kind of more practical things that you don't really put into your research papers. Because in the research paper, you have like a really, really tight section about experiment, but usually not so much about all these other things. So that was kind of the starting point for me. And I'm also going to take a more broader perspective across the Nordic countries, not only Sweden. And okay, and I'm going to talk about, of course, experiments. And I'm going to use this concept RCT. That's all over my slide. That is a randomized control trial. So when you see RCT, think about an experiment, for those of you who are not familiar with the concept. And when you start to think about like RCTs on active labor market policies around the Nordic countries, you realize that there actually have been quite a lot of them on a various number of topics. You can always debate what is labor market policies, but if you're liberal in that definition, you can include all these things. It's things like private providers, online recommendations, meeting, activation programs, information, and so forth. And if you think about the distribution across time and countries, you see that this experiment has been going on for quite some time. And here I just mentioned two of these two really early experiments, both from Sweden in 2004 and this super famous Danish experiment in 2005-06, where they looked at specific questions. Here I've also then added other examples, and here I know that I'm going to offend people in the room and in the audience, because this is not an exhaustive list of everything. I think I'm way more accurate on the Swedish RCTs. So please email me afterwards about things that I have not on the list. But as you can see, there has been quite a lot of experiments in the last years. Quite a lot from Sweden, some from Denmark, but there are also examples from Norway and Finland. You can, of course, discuss what is active labor market policies, but I think your study is labor market policy. Yes. And there's also this earlier Finnish, smaller job search course in an earlier RCT from Finland. So there are examples from all the Nordic countries. And if you have seen the list of the topics covered, you can immediately you can say that, okay, this is like super policy relevant, but just to hammer it down about why this is important, I just want to say a few words. Okay, so of course these policies are about getting unemployed people back to work. And that is of course super important for the individual, both being unemployed have social and economic consequences, but also for society, of course, because we have people, we have to pay unemployment insurance benefits and other related benefits. So getting people quickly back to work is like a super important policy, which is kind of already highlighted through the different topics covered in the RCTs. Okay, so what I'm going to do specifically in this paper, I've already said I provide some example of RCTs, And then in the end, I decided to pick 3 specific RCTs. And I'm not going into detail into them. I'm just giving like an overview. So it's an experiment on private providers in Denmark, early meetings with the caseworker from Sweden, that's my own study, and a light touch habit intervention from Norway. And then I'm going to use these kind of experiment as a foundation to discuss various aspects of conducting labor market RCTs. Things like I've already said, like how do you motivate these experiments, ethical considerations, implementation issues, and also some topics that I've found particularly important when evaluating these RCTs. So what I'm going to do now with my time is I'm going to start to present these 3 RCTs. And the presentation will be, in the interest of time, pretty brief, but we can discuss details later on. Okay, okay, I had this slide as well. Okay, so of course, if you see the long list of different RCTs, the message is of course not that we are done. The message is instead that there is a lot of more evidence needed, I think. And there's many different reasons for that. Okay, there are new policies introduced everywhere in the Nordic countries. We need to know how they work. Policies also change over time, and exactly how the policy is designed can matter really a lot for how they work. For example, looking at Elias' presentation. And also, if you have evidence from Sweden, it may not be strictly true that you can generalize those results to other countries. And you also need information on what type of programs works best for different groups. And to kind of have to get information on all these things, conduct an experiment is the best way, I think. Okay. Now going to the examples. So the first study is a study by Rewald et al. From 2017. And it's an experiment on private providers in Denmark. And what do we mean by private providers? So if you go back in time, traditionally, most of the labor market services, at least in Sweden and in other Nordic countries, have been given in-house by public employment services. For example, in Sweden, we have Arbetsförmedlingen. They had their own offices, their own caseworkers. They designed and provided all the services to the job seekers. But recently, specifically in Sweden and also in other countries, it has become more popular to contract out these kind of services. So instead of doing it yourself, you hire a private firm to do it for you. Okay? And if you think about theoretically, there could be pros and cons here with doing so. One is, of course, that if you have a private firm that have economic incentives to provide these services in a good way, that may spur innovation, new methods, doing it providing the services in a more cost-efficient way. So theoretically, there are reasons to think that this is a good idea, but there are also theoretical reasons to think that this is not such a good idea. Because one thing that could happen is that you cannot specify everything in the contract with a private provider, and then they have incentives to cut costs by reducing the quality of the services, because you cannot really monitor them fully. So it's an open question in what direction the results will go. And the RCT from Denmark, this is like a really standard experiment. You randomize between 2 different options. You have a specific target group. In this experiment, the target group was newly registered unemployed university graduates. A fairly large sample. The interesting thing here is that in this case, the private providers are the baseline treatment. So the control group, they get the private providers, because that was the kind of default option in Denmark at the time. And then they decided, okay, now we want to see does this work or not, so they randomized some people to instead go to the municipal job center. Okay, so you have this this control group and treatment group. And when you're thinking about private providers, we know from research, also recent research from Finland, that exactly how you design these systems may matter a lot. We can talk forever about that, but here I'm going to be super brief and just mention that in this case, they selected 17 providers for a tendering round, and then they allocated the job seekers to these different providers, which were paid a compensation that was heavily based on their performance. So if they were successful to get people back to work, they got paid more. Yeah, so that's the basic setup. Randomizing between private and public. No. Okay, some key results from this study. So when comparing, so there was no difference in terms of employment outcomes between the private and the public providers. But the private providers turned out to be more expensive, okay? Around something like 20 to 25% more expensive. So in this case, the conclusion is that private providers are less cost effective. Okay. They're also, if you look at other Nordic RCTs, we can discuss the recent Finnish one later on, but if you look at other RCTs around the Nordic countries, for example, we have this Egebark et al. Study from 2024, which I was involved in, where we did a similar thing, plus some extra things. We also reached similar conclusions, that private providers, no more employment, costs more. So in terms of policy, the conclusions from these RCTs seem to be that private providers do not work as intended. Okay. The other example is early meetings in Sweden. And this is a study that I've been involved in. And here the idea is to look at these kind of traditional parts of labor market, active labor market policies. You mean we think about you're unemployed, you go to the office, you meet with the caseworker, you discuss, make a plan. How does this work? So here we kind of randomly said that, okay, early on, in the 3 first months of unemployment, you get 3 additional these meetings. Basically, it went from 1 to 4 meetings. How does this work? But here we also had a more ambitious aim, thinking about things like that. We talk about kind of general equilibrium effects. So basically, the idea being that, okay, if you give these early extra meetings to some people, and they get a job, okay, this is not happening in a vacuum, right? It could displace jobs for other job seekers. And that is, of course, super important to take into account, because the direct effects could be good, but if it's only about displacing jobs for others, it's not worth doing it. So in this case, where I kind of tried to push in my article also that, okay, standard RCT, treated and non-treated, but you can basically design way more elaborate randomized designs, okay? And in this case, we had a 2-level randomization inspired by a study from France. So basically, we randomized across both offices and job seekers. So we started from 72 offices. Half, we said, provide early meetings, but only to randomized set of job seekers. So basically, we had these 3 groups: treated job seekers at treated offices, non-treated job seekers at treated offices, and non-treated job seekers at non-treated offices. And basically, if you want to know what is the direct effect of this policy, you compare 1 and 2. Okay, they are in the same environment. One get the treatment, one do not get the treatment. If you want to think about job displacement, essentially you compare 2 and 3. 2 is an environment where they face increased competition, 3 is not. But neither of them actually do get the treatment. So that was the whole idea in that paper. And in terms of results, it seems that, or these early meetings, they do work, but they also create a lot of job displacement. Okay, so if you get these early meetings, people get back to work earlier, and one reason for that was that they got these kind of vacancy referrals. So they got information and proposals about suitable jobs to apply to. But it also created a lot of these kind of displacements that I've already talked about. But if you look at the kind of the overall effect, we see that the net effect is positive. So it's not all about displacement. And we also had something about kind of face-to-face meetings and distance meetings. Okay, so that was the second study. The third study that I use in my article is this habit intervention by Björvatn et al. You can correct me later for the pronunciation. And the kind of the starting point here is that what I think is a bit fascinating going forward in terms of labor market policies about all these kind of behavioral aspects of searching for a job. So, I mean, if you think traditionally, when you're focusing on unemployed people, we need to train them, we need subsidies, we need all this kind of hardcore stuff. But in this paper, they focus on the fact that being unemployed is like from a psychology perspective, really tough, right? You are in a difficult situation. You lose your daily routines. You may lose your social contacts from your workplace. So you're in some sense, a big trouble. And the idea was here that, okay, can we try to do something quite simple to try to help the unemployed job seekers? So what they designed was online intervention designed to kind of mitigate kind of harmful habits like not sleeping enough, not exercising enough, or substance use. So they collaborated with NAV in Norway, and they started with a quite big group of youths, and they sent out an online survey about these kind of habits. And for the people who completed the full survey, they randomized. Some people got an additional intervention, some did not. And those that got the additional intervention, they got these kind of basic 3 steps. So first you had the questions about your current habits. Then the participants were asked to reflect on these habits and express goals for the future. And at the end, they got like a summary of their answers. Basically, here is your reflection, here's your goal, now go out and try to do something about this. So that was basically the intervention. Does this work or not? Does it work? Yes. Matti is a clever guy. I'm too predictable, sorry. Yes. So fascinatingly, this low-cost goal-setting invention led to improved labor market outcomes. You can always discuss effect sizes, but given that the cost is like nothing, it's done online, any effects is good. But here it turned out to be actually surprisingly large positive effects. And also when they did follow-up surveys asking about habits, they saw that the habits actually did improve. Okay? And I think that this study is interesting because it kind of adds to these more light touch interventions. Here I've taken only 2 examples. I know that I probably should have Sophie's paper here as well, but yeah, that's how it is. So one example is a colleague from Uppsala, Lena Hensvig, with French co-authors. She have designed this like online job recommendation tool, where they also have a randomized study. This study by Cox et al. Is a study that I'm involved in, where we sent out motivational emails to job seekers, trying to motivate them. This is not yet the working paper, but I can say that this intervention did not produce the intended results, which is interesting, but that's a topic for another day. Okay, so this was kind of 3 examples of like RCTs, experiments on labor market policies. And then of course you can always reflect on why do you want to do this? And I think this is a bit of a difficult discussion, because if you're talking about to academics, they are all believers. They all believe in experiments. It's the gold standard. So if you're an academic, you can stop listening during this slide. If you're a non-academic, I think there's a lot of mixed views on experiments. But here I'm going to really for those that are not yet convinced, I will try to convince you why this is like a super good idea. So if you think about the traditional evaluation of labor market policies, you have some people who got the treatment, they may be training, and some people who did not get the treatment. Okay? You may try to compare these groups, perhaps adjusting for some observed characteristics. But okay, what do you in the end get out of that comparison? And I think that comparison can be extremely difficult for several reasons. Because if you are not in a controlled environment doing or flipping the coin in experiments, there's a lot of things that affect whether a certain individual become treated or not. I mean, some individuals are super motivated, so they go get the training. Some caseworkers like that person, they put that into training, but not the other person. So there's a lot of these kind of selection problems that can really destroy a non-experimental study. Of course, there's a lot of quasi-experimental studies out there that solve this problem in other ways. But fundamentally, without a RCT, we may be in a big problem. Basically, it may be the case that we only capture selection problems and not causal effects. And of course, the RCT offers like a super, not a simple, but at least a solution to this problem. Basically, by flipping the coin, we can make sure that the treated and the controls are comparable. And to give a concrete example, return to the study about the private providers. Okay? So if you're not in a RCT world and you want to evaluate private providers, okay, you may have a situation where some people choose to go to a private provider and some people choose not to do so. But who are the people choosing to go to a private provider? They are a selected subset of people. And in particular, an early study from Uppsala by Benmark et al., they show that they had an RCT and they showed that there were no positive employment effects of private providers from the RCT. But using the same data, they basically discarded the RCT variation and only used the traditional selective variation in a non-RCT setting. And they show that if you do that, it seems like private providers are hugely beneficial. Okay? So that means if you do the traditional non-experimental thing, you would say private providers are great, continue to spend a lot of money on it, versus in the RCT, that was not the case. So the importance for policy cannot be underestimated. Okay, that was my preaching. I'm going to preach some more on other topics, but bear with me. Okay, ethics is important, but I don't think that it should stop us. In particular, if you think about labor market policies, and you think in a world where kind of public agencies are thinking about labor market policies, what are they doing? They have to make these decisions. Who should we give this training to? or should we not get the training to? And rarely do they have perfect information about who is best suitable for the training programs. So they have a lot of complexity in their decisions. And they also typically operate under binding constraints. So they cannot give everyone the treatment. So they have to select some, but they don't have the information to do that perfectly. And you can always say that, okay, but by now we know a lot about labor market policies, what works and what do not work. But we don't know the effects about all different types of policies. So at the end of the day, in a non-experiment setting, you have to allocate resources, rare resources, to an intervention for which you do not know the effect, and you have to do complex decisions about deciding who gets the treatment and who do not. And if you're in such a setting, I don't think it's, from an ethic standpoint, problematic to instead do the experiment. Okay? Because essentially, you have all these complex things, and then you can do the experiment, essentially. That's my view on it. Because the gains from doing so is that you actually learn about whether this policy works or not. And you could even, if I'm going to preach even more, you can even argue that it's kind of unethical to assign people to things for which you do have no clue about whether they work or not. Okay, so that's the preaching. But I also want to point out that you have to be careful with thinking about ethics, because it's not always that these things are there. It could be the case there where you have an intervention where you strongly believe that this is a good thing, and you have money to treat everyone. Then I think it would be super problematic to randomize some people out of that possibly very beneficial treatment. So it's a complex decision, but rarely in my experience it has not been the case that ethics have stopped us from doing stuff. But there have been such cases. Okay, implementation is painful. And you have already, previous presentations have been a bit touching about on this, especially Elias, that if you want to do an RCT, it's painful, really painful. And you should keep that in mind. But if we want to have this credible evidence, I think we should do it anyways. But we should keep in mind that there are a lot of things that could go wrong. So I think that having basically what I have on my last bullet point there, good implementation requires good collaboration between public agencies and academic researchers. So kind of academic researchers, we can design the experiments, evaluate them, help to motivate them, but you also really need these kind of public agencies, people within the public agencies that are willing to do it properly. And I would also like to preach about this kind of implementation reports. So we have conducted in Sweden several RCTs, and only once did we write an implementation report. That is that we, in addition to our big scientific paper, we also wrote a more elaborate version about all the implementation issues that we encountered during the experiment. Writing such a report is of course also painful, but I think it's beneficial. And we should have done that way more often in Sweden, I think. And here I'm not going to discuss all these things that you may encounter, but in that implementation report and also in my article, I briefly mention things that could go wrong, right? For example, how do you motivate local employment offices to participate? How do you motivate caseworkers to really follow the treatment protocol, and so forth? All these things that you have to be aware of when conducting these RCTs. Okay. I think I'm going to go here. Okay. So another thing is, I think that is when you're looking at RCTs on labor market policies, you typically, of course, have some effect estimates for things like time in unemployment, employment probability, it could be wages, and so forth. So typically you measure the employment effects in a very, very good way. But of course, this is only one side of the coin. Of course, costs are also important. For example, if you have a study with a small positive effect, I mean, if the intervention is costly or not may lead to very different conclusions. So for example, if you have an online intervention where the costs are basically zero, even a small positive effect is enough. But if you have like a really super expensive training program that have a small positive effect, it may not be worth it. So looking into the cost side is super important. And to do so, to even push that argument even further, I just put up these two studies by Rewald and Egebark et al., where I already talked about the private providers, because both these studies find neither positive or negative effects or employment effects of private providers. So if these studies would not have studied costs, what did we learn? Is this positive or negative? It's zero. It all depends, is the private provider cheaper or more expensive? So for both these studies, I think that the cost analysis was super crucial. But of course, there's always challenges. And I think that cost analysis, there's a lot of challenges here. Because we need to, of course, measure all these things in a sensible way. And typically with our Nordic register data, we typically have information on employment, like how much you earned and these kind of things. But the cost side can be way more trickier. And it's on top of that, there's also a question about what is it actually that you want to do in your cost analysis, right? Because if you are more like attacking this from an academic point of view, we know that we should think about a cost-benefit analysis, like a strict cost-benefit analysis, where we really should compare all relevant costs, the things that consume resources. And we should compare that with benefits that kind of create new resources, in a sense. But this becomes a bit tricky. So think about private providers, okay? We pay the public agencies, they pay the private providers to do things. If they use that to hire caseworkers, it consumes resources. It's a cost. If they take all the money for profits, it's redistribution, not a strict cost. So thinking about these things, it becomes super tricky to do like a really proper cost-benefit analysis. And therefore, it's often easier and more commonly done to do what is called like a more of a public spending analysis. But that is kind of like second order kind of what you want to do in a strict sense. But I think it's still very interesting to do. And then you have to carefully think about what are the costs. Yeah, that's the cost in terms of public spending on the intervention, things like caseworkers' time, money to private providers, office spaces, all this kind of stuff that you're kind of spending your money on to do in the intervention. Basically, how much does the government spend? And benefits could be saved public cost and increased revenues. So for example, lower payments on unemployment insurance benefits or higher taxes. So, and then it becomes more like of a, you see the point, a public spending calculation. How much does the public spend and how much do they gain? But it's not a strict cost-benefit analysis. But I would also underscore that the importance of thinking about how to measure costs already from the beginning. Because working in the Swedish context, I mean, for example, with the case where we had the early meetings, the 3 extra early meetings with the caseworker. Yeah, okay. Caseworker salary, that is just a big part of the local budget. How could we separate the cost for our specific intervention from all other costs at the local employment offices? So it was not an easy thing to do, so we had to try to use surveys asking caseworkers exactly how much time did you spend on this, use that to calculate the total time they spent on intervention, use the wages to calculate the costs in a kind of backward inducing way. But the message is that do not forget about costs, but try to plan for that already in the beginning. And my lesson is that employment effect is typically easier to measure than the cost side. Okay. What should I talk about more? I have 9 minutes. Sorry? Yeah. So I also mentioned this, what I called in my article obvious things, but I want to at least say something about them. One is that the thing that we encountered in Sweden is this with the objective outcomes. So if you want to measure employment effects, you have to be aware that sometimes the measurements that you have for unemployment and employment can be manipulated. For example, in Sweden, you have the public employment office, Arbetsförmedlingen, have their records where they kind of have records of time in unemployment. But those records are contingent upon both caseworkers and job seekers accurately reporting back to the public employment office when they actually found a job. And this kind of data can be manipulated. For example, if you have a system with private providers and they are based on results, then they are of course super keen on making sure that their job seekers immediately when they find a job tell the public employment office, hey, I got the job, private provider get their bonus. So there are things in some type of registers that can be manipulated, while others cannot be manipulated in the same sense. For example, in our study on private providers, we used tax records. So basically information from tax records about exactly how much people earned and did not earn, which is more reliable than these different types of things that could be manipulated. And that turned out to make a big difference. Yeah, also do a pre-analysis plan. Another thing is that, we were discussing earlier also this about take-up, and I basically put up this thing in my article because it has been a kind of a public debate about take-up in Sweden. So I thought, okay, I have to write something about that because that has been something that is bugging me. So of course, if you do an RCT and you say that these people should go to a private provider and these people should not go to a private provider, that's the kind of optimal setting. But then of course, caseworkers and other people actually have to make sure that these people actually go to a private provider. And that rarely or never happens to the complete. So there's never ever 100% take up. Okay, there's some cases, but rarely it's 100%. Because there are things that people that you lose on the way. But this usually does not mean that everything is destroyed. The important thing is that there is like a significant difference between the two groups in how many actually do get the treatment. Okay? And you can still measure this intention to treat effect that have been described this morning. So You will never get 100% take up. That does not mean that everything is lost. The key thing is that you have significantly large difference and a large enough sample to detect effects. So the last thing, I've already talked about this, and I think that this is important going forward, because essentially, traditionally you think about an RCT, you have a treatment group and a control group, and that's it. But you can think about different kinds of randomization designs. This two-level randomization design was one example. You can have two-level randomization designs in different ways, randomized between more than one and between two options. You may have some kind of sequential randomization. You may combine machine learning and randomization in adaptive experiments. So going forward, I think that this is a super important road going forward. Essentially only our creativity can stop us from learning more. The last thing I want to say is that we have great data in the Nordic countries. So even if you're doing an RCT, make sure to use the Nordic data, because there's a lot of information typically in these registers that you can use to learn more about underlying mechanisms and so forth that may help you get a better study, more easier to translate to other settings and so forth. And also what I talked about, general equilibrium effects. So remember the early meetings, there could be displacement of jobs. So if you have an intervention, it may have really good direct effects, but it may also have side effects on wage bargaining, job displacement, vacancy creation, and so forth. And learning about these general equilibrium effects, there are some studies on it, but not so much. I'm going to finish ahead of time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Johan. And next we have a comment from Jukka Mattila from the Ministry of Finance of Finland. Please.
Thank you. There are two green buttons.
The big one in the middle. The big one, yeah.
Big one in the middle. Great. It's a trick question, you know. So for those who don't know me, I'm Jukka Mattila from the Ministry of Finance in Finland, and I have been, in this sense, in a privileged position because I've been able to work with different stakeholders. I work with a lot of you Finnish researchers here. I have worked with municipalities, I have worked with the public employment services, I have worked with the health service providers, I have even worked with the politicians. So my pragmatist view in the discussion we're having is not so much about whether it's good to have randomized controlled trials or not. I think I would be preaching to the choir on this subject, but I would like to go a little into what Han already touched in his remark previously, and he mentioned that it shouldn't be up to personal relationships with the bureaucrats and the researchers, which either kindle or extinguish the idea of randomized controlled trials. Because we do agree here that if we want cost-effective policies, we need probably randomized controlled trials. So I think the question I have been thinking, looking at this, has a lot to do with this basic economic question of incentives. So I will try to look at the incentives of different stakeholders and reserve the right to be a little provocative and possibly a little negative because I'm a Finnish person. I don't know how you people do this so well in Denmark. We always wonder how it happens because we have like such fundamental issues and you seem to be having a long list of trials and meta-analysis of those. Okay. So my first point has to do with the bureaucrats, those people working at the public employment services or the ministries themselves. And Johan brought up the idea that you could bypass the ethical question through reasoning and saying that, okay, so if you have constrained budget and you can only provide this and this training for those people, then perhaps randomizing might be equally a sensible or fair way of providing these services to people as allocating them by the caseworker. The obvious answer is going to be that the caseworker knows better. So why would you have to kind of figure out what is efficient if we already have strong evidence as experienced by the caseworker that the allocation is good? And then we're touching on the incentives because the caseworker actually doesn't have very many incentives, or the supervisor of the caseworker, to ensure that the policy they are providing is efficient. In fact, they might have incentives to the contrary. First, it's not their budget, they get money from somewhere, from the wall of the Kela or the public finances or something, and then if you want them to participate in one of your freaky trials, they will have to adjust. They will have to do things different. They will have to partake in this troublesome idea that is randomizing people, which may seem like a little thing, but it breaks up their Monday morning routine, and they don't want that. And even worse, it might turn out that you end up proving that what they've been doing for 10 years has actually maybe not been helpful, but actively harmful. So which one of you wants to be the bureaucrat finding out that what they've been working on for 5 years is total waste of money? No, not gonna fly. Not here. So it's already being done well. Don't have to fix what's broken. So I think often you wind up with this ethical argument, but the ethical argument at its core is not an ethical argument. It's just reasoning given to you why they don't want to do it, and they don't want to tell you the actual reasons why they don't want to do it. We had this funny incident recently where a couple of municipalities wanted to relax some of the legislation that have to do with the public employment services. They were kind of medium-sized areas like Lahti, which is small on global scale, but medium-sized in Finnish scale. And we really tried to discuss with them over this subject that no, can't randomize. We have this consultant though, however, who has these synthetic control groups, and he's promised to estimate as welfare effects of this exam with the synthetic control group. So comparing a little bit of Lahti to a little bit of Jyväskylä, and maybe a pinch of Stockholm too, who knows. So it's not always clear that even a technical explanation of why a controlled trial would be better will change their minds. I will not be overly negative because I think, for example, in Helsinki, they are making big strides in the positive direction, and this might have to do with fixing the incentives. So the municipalities now have more financial responsibility over the unemployment. They also have more power over the practical organization. So at least something positive is happening, and we are hoping that it will carry us in the future. But again, it's not a point of convincing the people in Helsinki that this is the way to go alone. It is also about making sure that the incentives are in place for them to have an actual clear incentive to make sure their policies are efficient. So the politicians, these people again, so accountability is not something politicians enjoy. So this is why on global scale we use legislation to enforce accountability on politicians. It's not in their DNA and not in their best interests. We've tried really hard on multiple occasions to maybe not have a randomized controlled trial because it's difficult, but at least have some natural experiment in implementation of these policies, because that would give us some leeway to look at those things. Guys, no. And why would you want to know how the effects go? Because fundamentally politics is about ideology. So if you've just passed a brilliant reform like a basic income, and then you've made the mistake of making it a randomized controlled trial, and then just before the next elections, some bloke from some research department digs his way out of the basement and comes and tells you, actually, this big idea you had, it had no effect at all. And then this was the spearhead of your ideology on labor market policies. So in this sense, I don't have an answer on how we fix the politicians. We probably can't fix the politicians, but again, rigorous ex post evaluation of these reforms where possible, even if it's not an RCT, is something we can work on with the accountability. Then the third culprit we have in Finland. This was a really curious point Johan made, which I think gives some thoughts on these kind of strange path dependencies which happen. So there was a remark on his article on something along the lines that maybe none of the Swedish randomized controlled trials would have turned out happening if there were no this bunch of really dedicated keen researchers in the Swedish public implement services inside the agencies lobbying for these randomized controlled trials and making them work. Now, this is an extremely positive case, but again, it comes down to what Hanna mentioned. It's about having this specific personal chemistry's work is not fundamentally about incentives. So what can also happen, which is not going to name institutions, which has happened in Finland, is that when we establish in one of these operational institutions an internal research department, then you have to remember that the quality and the kind of brand of the research department becomes a vested interest of the organization. So then when you have the data and you have the researchers in the same bucket, then there's a strong incentive to hoard the data and not give it out to anyone else, because they might be getting the privilege of researching those things you're supposed to be researching in your organization. So it's fundamentally, from the perspective of incentives, a flawed approach. Sure, you get lucky if you have the right kind of researchers from your perspective there, but then if you have the wrong kind of researchers, you might have some experience on this, then they will simply prevent you from doing any randomized controlled trials in the future, and not only prevent you from doing those randomized controlled trials by actively lobbying against them, they will also prevent other researchers from accessing the research data. So it becomes this massive lock-in effect. And again, it has to do with fundamental incentives. If you are an institution which both collects, stores the data and does the research on it, then you have a very strong incentive to allow kind of first-hand privilege the data for your own people, and then the external people come after if so. We've made some progress here, but still there was this funny example in one seminar I used, because in order to access data of a said institution, there was this discussion going on, but you have to have a co-author from that institution in order to do so. I don't know how it works with the statistics institution in Norway, but it's possible other people are experiencing similar problems as we are. Okay. Then a digression to the actual economics of the situation. The sad thing is that culture doesn't matter, and often when we are discussing labor market policy, the experience may not translate very well. So in Finland, we have this idea of improving the early activation, a lot in the same sense that we have in the Nordics. We have really strong idea of this kind of a high welfare network coupled with monitoring and activation. And then in 2017, we added like an obligatory job talk every 3 months with the public implement services. And as Johan mentioned, those records can be manipulated. There were dead people in the records, long dead, because the public employment services had made the allocation of resources efficiently so that if it's dead, don't have to interview it. But in serious sense, there was a natural experiment related to this one which proved that by removing the ability of the public employment services to decide whether they have to or do not have to interview people every 3 months, the employment results were improved. Okay, so in the ministry, taken by this evidence and the Nordic evidence, we wanted more of these early interventions, and we put 70 million euros there and successfully added it to the law. I don't think anyone knows where the 70 million euros went. We are not able to trace how much interviews we've been doing in an actual thorough level, but it's been a disappointment. And since the power to do these things was moved to the municipalities. They've now been actively lobbying to gain more flexibility in this process and not have to interview people every now and then, but be able to allocate the resources again as they seem fit. Some of them might use this to do randomized control trials. Some of them might do this to allocate resources. Who knows how? But fundamentally, I think the mistake we might have made here was to think that it would be so simple as to kind of mandate these things. It turns out that the caseworker can be different in Finland and the caseworker can be different in Sweden and Denmark. I don't know how they are where you live, but in Finland there's a lot of issues that have to do with kind of pushing people to look for jobs. Because pushing people to look for jobs causes ethical stress to the caseworker. So they would much rather be giving people a service that those people like instead of pushing them to get jobs. And whether this is like a phenomenon that is shared culturally or if it's just a Finnish thing, I have no idea. So to wrap up, I think randomized controlled trials can be the gold standard evidence. I'm not gonna go through a list of the actual technical practical issues here. But I will tell you that from the ministry's perspective, I think the core problem is in motivating the trials. So not randomized controlled trials as a single instrument, but the general idea of having public institutions be more cost efficient in their function. And of course, we all know by definition, public services are not meant to be cost efficient. It's not what they do well. So it's been really difficult. And I think fundamentally the problem is that the inbuilt incentives are really a problem that is slowing down progress. We are hoping that the kind of, by budging the fiscal responsibilities to the party responsible of the operative functions, this might be solved. I think this is kind of how Denmark works, but I'm not sure if it's actually a key component in their success or as we perceive it. Now, because it is an economic seminar, I will touch a little bit on the evidence. Also, there was a remark that if offices lack motivation to participate in an experiment, you should just pick those with motivation. But this is, again, this kind of thing of external validity that sometimes it might be that those offices who are motivated for the randomized control trial might be motivated for some reasons. For example, I'm not saying that an economics researcher is motivated to do a randomized control trial because randomized control trials produce the best evidence which lets you in the best peer-reviewed journals. But some bureaucrats might think so, that if you're in a progressive experiment, then things go well. It's called the Marshall effect or something like that. So in terms of a full layout of a randomized control trial, it isn't clear that the external validity is completely there. You might list reasons why someone might be very interested in participating in a trial, but not really in a full layout. In this sense, sometimes natural experiments do have their positive sides because then you'll just kind of lay it out on the entire terrain and use some other variation, which might be difficult, but in the end, I guess it's a question of technicalities. I hope in the future in Finland we can find ways of building our system so that the institutions themselves have stronger incentives. It's not only because it's what works, but it's only because of things like the very interesting Norwegian light touch intervention with these habit creation things. The thing is, on operative level, there would be so much potential, especially with these kind of digital light interventions. There's no way we can pass them down from the legal side down. It's not going to happen. We can't write a law for everyone to have this kind of a light touch habit creation function. It's something that has to happen on the operative side. So we have to be careful to build the incentives of the operative side so that they actually are going to be doing these things. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Jukka. And the next commentator will be Kari Hämäläinen from Watt Institute of Economic Research. Please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kari Hämäläinen from what Institute of Economic Research, and I'm a believer. Which makes it very difficult to comment this paper. I mean, how to take 15 minutes to say that, all right, I'm basically agree with everything you said, but I'll try to do my best. And by the way, I'm also one of those researchers who crawled up from the basement to say that basic income is not probably the best idea you have. Anyway, outline of my speech is that I'll first give my general impression, then I'll talk about a couple of possible additions, and then talk about a couple of selected core lessons that we learned from this paper, and then I'll give my final thoughts. And I'll start by direct citation from the paper. Designing effective labor market policies requires reliable evidence on what works, for whom, and under what conditions. And we all want to know that. And it says that how important this topic really is. And as Johan said, convincing evidence is still limited. And we know that RCTs are the most effective method for addressing different kinds of selection problems. And Johan's paper shows that if there's will to truly know the effects, it can be done in the Nordic countries. And this paper also points out that, all right, there are a lot of difficult things to do when implementing RCTs. And most importantly, this paper also gives ways to handle those difficulties and how researchers have handled them. And of course, we have excellent register data which can be used together with RCTs to provide some convincing evidence. So, all in all, I really like this paper, and I hope that it will reach the reading lists of ministries' employment offices, and it's also useful for researchers interested in implementing RCTs, not only in labor market policy, but also in other aspects. Then let's go to the possible additions, and the first one is discussion on internal and external validity. We know that internal validity is high in RCTs if they are implemented properly, but the question is, can we really use those results outside the study groups? And this paper, as Johan mentioned, it's not a problem if there's a partial take-up, at least if there's enough difference between the treated and the controls. We have tools to handle it. But I think that voluntary participation and tendering may cause some problems. For instance, one of the examples of this paper is this light touch intervention, in which I haven't read it, sorry about that, but if I got it right, they sent a text message to target group members, which invited them to take part of this experiment. And randomization was then carried out across those who completed the online survey, and the results were really, really positive. I mean, 17 percentage points in employment rate. It's a huge effect. However, I'm not so sure that the effect will be the same among non-participants. If those are young people, young persons who are not interested in their living habits, then maybe setting them goals on how to sleep or not to use substances may have no effect whatsoever. And the same goes with tendering. I mean, if only those who benefit from the treatment decide to participate, then results may be different outside those who didn't participate. outside participants. So, if possible, participation in policy trials should be universal. I mean, after all, this is how legislation works. But if we don't know the effect beforehand, then it might be reasonable to try the policy change first among a smaller group of people, choose them non-voluntarily, and then after that we know what happens among them, then decide whether to implement the policy to everyone. And the other one, very minor one, is that power calculations could be mentioned explicitly in the text. I mean, it's implicitly covered as they are essential part of pre-analysis plan. But since there are those so essential components of RCT designs, that maybe it might be worth mentioning them explicitly. I mean, just to remind everyone that these are really important things to do when designing RCTs. Then, thoughts on a couple of core aspects in this paper. And the first is organization. And a very important insight in this paper is that in Sweden there's a dedicated implementation team responsible for delivering the intervention. And as we heard in Jukka's presentation, there have been dedicated researchers inside public employment services who have helped to carry out these RCTs. And they have also been co-authors in studies which has raised some criticism about the credibility of the results. But as Johan says in this paper, there are safeguards in place, such as pre-analysis plans. So I think that we can be assured that those results are objective. However, if one wants to avoid all criticism altogether, then one way to do it is to apply quality assurance process used in clinical trials. I mean, they have two groups. One group which provides overall supervision of the trial, and the other one which is the only body with access to unblinded data. And this data monitoring committee can make recommendations to the steering committee, which may, well, at its extreme, even terminate the trial if it turns out that these initial results are somehow harmful for the participants. And something along these lines could be useful in social sciences also. And the other one, well, there are plenty of lessons in this paper, and I just picked two of them. And the second one is ethical questions, which has been discussed already. And actually, this could be one of Johan's slides, I think. But I have two reasons to talk about ethical questions. First, well, I was a member in Finnish National Board on Research Integrity for 6 years, so I think that I know something about this issue. And the other one is a common initial reaction in the Finnish administration that randomization, well, is unethical. As Jukka said, it's some kind of self-help against doing anything special, but it's a common initial reaction. Luckily, despite this initial reaction, Finnish researchers have succeeded in using RCTs in studying social security, integration services, education, and so on and so on. But also not so much in labor market policy, though, which is really sad, as Johan said, that, well, participants need to be selected somehow. And we have studies which show that case workers do not necessarily do it as good as it could be done. And randomization is an alternative which would provide us information on what works and for whom. And Johan's paper makes it clear that these ethical concerns are, well, minimized or non-existing when there are new measures, excess demand, or plans to scale up or reduce the program. So there are plenty of opportunities to use RCTs in labor market policies, but not always. I mean, it's unethical if unemployed individuals were required to participate, and provided that they do not, they have sanctions. So this is unethical, of course, we can't do that, but not all participants are subject to such obligations. So, final thoughts. This is the citation I showed you in the first slide, and this paper demonstrates that reliable answers to these questions can be obtained through RCTs in Nordic countries. It also offers valuable guidance on designing and implementing RCTs in the context of active labor market policies. And, well, there are significant gaps in our knowledge, so hopefully future RCTs help us to address these questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kari. We'll take one question or comment if there's one, and then we'll head out to lunch. Okay, maybe we'll take here. Okay. Question.
Very quick question to Kari. So, your latest point that it was unethical to have sort of compulsory participation in programs. Why so? I mean, a lot of programs have actually compulsory participation, also if it's not a research program. You can't face sanctions if you don't meet up to an active labor market program.
Yeah, I was referring to the Finnish system where they have implement plans, and in those plans there may be requirement to participate in some program. So in this case, I think it's unethical to not to randomize that kind of person out of the program if there's a sanction for this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so now it's time for lunch, and we'll be back here in 40 minutes. We can continue the discussion on this great paper during lunch. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think it's more about reorganizing. It's interesting, I think.
At least we stole the show. Darling, darling, you know that we are sold out. This is fading, but the band plays on now. We're crying, crying, so let the velvet roll down, down. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While wilted roses fill the stage, and the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece. Our lines we read so perfectly, but the show, it can't go on. We used to have it all, but now's our curtain call. So hold for the applause. Oh, 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 oh. And wave out to the crowd and take our final bow. Oh, it's our time to go, but at least we stole the show. At least we stole the show. At least we stole the show. At least we stole the show.
I've been waiting for you. It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with a kiss. You gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist. I needed someone, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. At first you put your arms around me, then you put your charms around me. We stare into each other's eyes, and what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling most for treasure, and a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
must rely, praying that my car don't get declined. Oh damn, oh damn, oh damn, oh damn. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh damn, oh man, oh damn, oh man. I got bills, I gotta pay, so I'm gonna work, work, work every day. I got mouths, I gotta feed, so I'm gonna make sure everybody eats. I got Ricky Bobby Trumpet. In my shoes, my shoes. I said my shoes ain't got no bills I gotta pay, so I'm gonna work, work, work every day. I got mouths I gotta feed, so I'm gonna make sure everybody eats. I got bills I gotta pay, so I'm gonna work, work, work every day. I got mouths I gotta feed, so I'm gonna make sure everybody eats. I got bills, mama got bills, yo daddy got bills, yo sister got bills, yo auntie got bills, yo uncle got bills, everybody got bills, everybody got bills. I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. Hey, hey. Well, I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. Hey, hey. Said I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. And if I share with you my story, would you share your dollar with me? Bad times are coming and I reap what I done sowed. Hey, hey. Well, let me tell you something, all that glitters ain't gold. Hey, hey. It's been a long old troublesome road, and I'm looking for somebody come and help me carry this load. I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. Hey, hey. Well, I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. Well, I don't know if I'm walking on solid ground, 'cause everything around me is falling down. And all I want is for someone to help me. I had a job, but the boss man let me go. He said, I'm sorry, but I won't be needing your help no more. I said, please, Mr. Boss Man, I need this job more than you know. But he gave me my last paycheck and he sent me on out the door. Well, I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. Hey, hey. Said I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. Hey, hey. And I need a dollar, 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 that's what I need. And if I share with you my story, would you share your dollar with me? Well, I don't know if I'm walking on solid ground, 'cause everything around me is crumbling down. And all I want is for someone to help me. What in the world am I gonna do tomorrow? Is there someone with a dollar I could borrow? Who can help me take away my sorrow? Maybe it's inside the bottle. Maybe it's inside the bottle. I had some good old, but his name's is whiskey and wine. Hey, hey. And for my good old buddies, I spend my last dime. Hey, hey. Now wine is good to me. You help me pass the time. And my good old buddy whiskey keep me warmer than sunshine. Hey, hey. Your mama may have blessed the child that's got his own. Hey, hey. If God has plans for me, I hope it ain't written in stone. Hey, hey.
switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little hope you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. We set out on a mission to find our inner peace, make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity. As long as we're together, there's no place I'd rather be. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little hope you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. Gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little heart, you can't shake me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather
Didn't I take you to higher places you can't reach without me? Reach without
you come down, I won't be around.
Never been so inside. When I give in to you, never been so existent. You can't know unless you feel it. Come back, body's aching from the wanting, the waiting. I get this pain when you're leaving. Never felt this before. Never felt this before. Is it written on my back? Yeah. Take it back and then let it go. Let it go. Is it written on my back? Yeah. Take it back and then let it go. Every day is the day that you save me. Light into darkness, cut on the sharpness of you. Never been so inside and falling into you. Never been so resistant. You can't fall unless you feel it. Come back, body's aching from the wanting, the waiting. Coming down with the sickness. Stay under control, steady under control. Is it written on my back? Yeah. Take it back and then let it go. Let it go. Is it written on my back? Take it back and then let it go. Every day is the day that you save me. Light into darkness, cut on the sharpness of you. I want to love you, baby. Come back, body's aching from the wanting, the waiting. I get this pain when you're leaving. Never felt this before. Never felt this before. Is it written on my back? Yeah. Take it back and then let it go. Let it go. Is it written on my back? Take it back and then let it go. Let it go.
You do the way she so but when uncut, good girl. She needs back, she love it. I just wish that I could open up, yeah, yeah. To the people, but it's so love. Her price things ain't on my own. Lace settings coming up for time. Ow, ow. Shoulda, when you tossed that time. Yeah, yeah. The way she make the congregation swing. said it's talking to you, daddy.
I brought you daffodils on a pretty string, but they won't flower like they did last spring. And I wanna kiss you, make you feel alright. I'm just so tired to share my nights. I wanna cry and I wanna love, but all my tears have been used up. On another love, all my tears have been used all on another love, all my tears have been used all on another love, all my tears have been used all. I wanna take you somewhere, so you know I care, but it's so cold and I don't know where. I brought you daffodils on a pretty string, but they won't flower like they did last spring. And I wanna kiss you, make you feel alright. I'm just so tired to share my nights. I wanna cry and I wanna love, but all my tears have been used up. On another love, all my tears have been used all on another love, all my tears have been used all on another love, all my tears have been used all. Hold tight. Hold tight. If you wanna make this feeling stay, hold tight. Hold tight. Don't let this moment fade away. Hold tight. Now tears gonna stay.
Everybody gets the chance someday. All at once at last you think you've got it made. Not a word that anyone can say that can change the way you feel. 'Cause you know that love is real. You can choose with whom you fall in love. Anybody, any moment, anywhere. 'Cause no matter who you choose, there's a chance that you might lose. Gonna try, and that's the best that I can do.
Hold tight. If you wanna make this feeling stay, hold tight. Hold tight. Don't let this moment fade away. Hold tight. Now tears gonna stay. Hold tight. If you wanna make this feeling stay, hold tight. Hold tight. Don't let this moment fade away. Hold tight. Now tears gonna stay.
You can do just anything you want. You can
help yourself to anything that's mine. Take it easy when there's no one else. Got to get it right this time. Gonna try to make love shine. Everybody gets the chance someday. You just take it when the moment comes along. There's nothing you can say, there's nothing you can do when you find the eyes of love are set on you. Hold tight if you wanna make this feeling stay. Hold tight. Hold tight. Don't let this moment fade away. Hold tight. Now tears gonna stay. Now's the moment of a lifetime, and it's here for you. Come on, baby, it's time to make a place now, everybody. Got to let us through. Got a dream to catch tonight, it might come true. Hold tight.
Okay, I guess most of the people will be back in the room, and also the presenter of the next paper is already in the room, so we'll continue with this session with one of the massive experiments that are no longer ongoing, but the results will be out soon. Matti Sarmäki from Aalto University is presenting this.
For the invitation. So this is a paper just with Rami Nizadi and me for this Nordic Economic Policy Review. The actual paper on the effects has, I think, 13 or 14 co-authors at the moment. So that this has been an enormous project also in terms of the research coalition. Like we have had to do a lot of things, and we have needed many types of expertise to do it. But let me start the kind of way I start the kind of academic presentations on the, but those where we are allowed to show the results, which is not going to be today because we have been giving this in academic conferences, but not for policymakers, since no one at the Ministry of Education really knows the results yet, so I'm not going to reveal them today. They will be published in January. But the kind of the broad background on is something we have been talking about quite a bit already today. This kind of an idea that early investments are more efficient than later investments. This is often referred to as a Heckman curve, and if you look at like this is a very influential paper within economics, Henry from Kaiser's 2020 paper, where they try to kind of put the marginal value of public funds, like calculate what's the most efficient way of using public funds. There's a kind of a bunch of dots in this graph, which are basically the x-axis is the age at which an intervention takes place, and you can kind of see there that there's many of the really big success stories are from early education interventions. But it's also the case that the evidence which this relies on comes from kind of very particular context. So most of these are American programs that are targeted to disadvantaged American populations. So if you look at things like the Head Start, you have to be below poverty line in order to be eligible in the US. And these are like early childhood, like preschools, kindergartens, these sort of things, where the alternative is to be at home or in some informal care.
And given the population, you would expect this to be a very disadvantaged environment for a child. So if you're a kind of a policymaker in a country like Finland or any kind of Nordic country, most European countries, this is not really the question you try to answer. You know, the problem that you try to solve is not that the kids would be at home in very disadvantaged conditions, but that they would be in other kind of a daycare or some kind of center-based care. And the questions you need to answer then are actually very different than what we have been looking at the literature or the earlier literature look at. So these are questions of how should we be, should we be a kind of structured or more play-based approach what happens in the centers? Do we need teachers to have minimum qualifications? On what kind of qualifications? Should it be voluntary? Should it be left to the parents to decide whether the kids participate, or should it be mandatory? At some stage, every country starts to say that at this age you have to go to school or a preschool. So our kind of starting point here is that we didn't really have that much evidence that was helpful for an incoming government in 2019 that was very committed on reforming education policy and made a large reform on extending the school leaving age from 16 to 18. That was a policy implemented during that government. But there was also the discussion on whether we should go to the other direction. Should we kind of, I always get into trouble saying that mandatory education starting at age 6 is obligatory or mandatory. There's different words. To me, they all sound like you have to go to preschool at age 6. But anyone listening and getting offended, I'm sorry, I can't learn these words apparently. What was the idea was that if we would have a preschool starting at age 5 instead of age 6, kids would kind of have to go. And it would be somewhat different kind of things that they would be doing at age 5 than age 6. So would that be helpful? Particularly, would it be helpful for leveling the playing field? So that the big concern was that kids were starting school at age 7, the kind of proper school, from very different kind of starting points. That was the concern, and this was seen as the most potential way of leveling that playing field. Every party, apart from the Finns party and the Center party, was campaigning on extending preschool in 2019. The Social Democrats were the only ones saying that we want to experiment on this. In the next election, they forgot the experimentation part, so even the Social Democrats were, while the experiment was ongoing, they were kind of promising to implement a 2-year preschool. So in that sense, this is a kind of a key policy among the minds of the policymakers, at least, that this has kind of been given as a promise to kind of increase equality of opportunity for Finnish children. But very kind of unexpectedly, for me at least, they didn't just do the typical thing and just legislate and make a reform. Instead, the government agenda stated that we will pilot a 2-year preschool, and then we got a call at Aalto to come to the ministry and talk about what could those 3 words, pilot 2-year preschool, what could those actually mean? To be honest, I did not go to that meeting with great expectations. This was a ministry that was not known for openness to RCTs, to put it mildly. But I thought this was a great opportunity to kind of start a long process that eventually in a decade or 2 we might be able to kind of change the way people were thinking. So, I took my 10 PhD students, Rami decided with me, and thought it was helpful for him too to see how policy actually gets made. So we wrote a proposal, and like 6 months later, the parliament legislated what we proposed. So, this did not take a long time, and it was kind of an utter shock for me that this actually went through, because then we actually had to implement it. So what we got, or what the legislation stipulates, is that there's a budget of 30 million euros,
And there's the coercive power of the government. Basically, there's semi-mandatory participation for those kids who are randomized to the treatment group. So what I want to talk about today is, I mean, I really would love to talk about the results, but I will not. But I think there's a lot to be learned on kind of how did we manage to pull this off, since this was very much more complicated than anything else I had done before in terms of implementing the randomization and also not being able to rely on register-based data, which was a kind of a new thing for an economist in a Nordic country. So I want to talk about that, and but before I get there, I'm going to give a brief kind of introduction on how did we get there, and then I'm going to go to details on setting up the experiment, how we designed it, and kind of crucially how we assess children's skills, and then I will conclude. Okay, so this is a bit of perhaps a subjective account on how running RCTs have changed in Finland. So I've been in the business for 20 years now, and when I started, like there were people like my then supervisor Roope, who had been pushing for kind of more rigorous policy evaluation. And Kari, my kind of mentor at the time as well, was also very much pushing for this kind of more credible research designs, with RCT, of course, being the kind of the gold standard. And every time you would say that we would, it would be best to randomize, somebody would say that, oh, but that's unconstitutional. And I always had this sense that, is it? Like, we're economists, it's kind of hard to argue towards that. But it's actually people who are making this claim are not lawyers either. But somehow there was this kind of myth of unconstitutionality for randomization, because it deviates from equal treatment of people. Of course, that's a serious business. But somehow it was completely okay to deviate from equal treatment by geographical basis and run pilots in geographical areas where basically municipalities would opt in, like the eager municipalities would get the treatment, the others would not. So it was okay to deviate from equality as long as you couldn't learn anything from the pilot. That was my interpretation of that. There were some RCTs during this era. So there was already in the 1990s there were these job search training trials by non-economists, but then Roope and Kari worked on this 2008 paper reanalyzing that data with psychologists. There was very influential kind of researcher-driven anti-bullying experiment, which was so successful that the Kiva anti-bullying treatment, it showed such a promise that it was actually adopted by most Finnish schools. But this was kind of coming from the research side and with kind of negotiation with schools, or basically, I think, randomizing who would get an offer. And there were some information experiments with the tax authorities and the customs, but that was it. And then things started to change. I mean, there was a new government, the prime minister coming from a business and engineering background, that was like overly excited about experimentation. Most of that was just completely silly stuff. So there was this website that reported like 900 experiments that were run during this period. And I see you laughing. Well, you must have been kind of great memories, right? Doesn't look like it's taken down now. I had to go to the Wayback Machine when I was writing this to see what was in there. But so there's this huge fuss of creating this cultural experimentation. But kind of as part of that, we started to see kind of really ambitious experiments as well. Most importantly, the basic income experiment, which was importantly the first one where there was this specialized legislation just for this one experiment. And what that meant is that it would go through the constitutional committee in the parliament that would then take a stance on whether it truly is unconstitutional to run an RCT. And of course they said that no, that has nothing to do with the constitution. You do need to have a good reason for this, and you need to take all sort of safeguards. But learning what works is a reason to deviate from equality or kind of equal treatment. We do this all the time with medical trials, and that kind of the same principles were then used for social sciences. Excellent papers came out from that. As we learned that giving very strong incentives for long-term unemployed people to find a job, like 23 percentage points decrease in participation tax rates, actually doesn't do anything on their employment. But it does seem to have positive effects on their well-being. And there were some other things done at the same time. The Immigration Integration Services paper we kind of were part of was mentioned several times today as well. But what I want to really talk about is that there was a new government, and they look like visually very different kind of a government, but also kind of coming from the other side of the political spectrum. And they made less fuss about the culture, the culture of experimentation. We didn't hear about those words anymore, but actually, they continued doing, like, implementing now less, but better designed experiments. And I'm going to talk about one of them today, and we already heard Elias to talk another one that was both of which were kind of implemented through this specialized legislation. And now we have, again, on the other side of the political spectrum, we have a new government, but kind of very encouragingly, they are not, like many things change when the government changes, but this seems to be more permanent now. And it's also, I think, was very happy when they wrote to their agenda that they will wait for our experiments before making decisions about the preschool, extending preschool. So, maybe this is not a government that is hard to persuade not to do something like that requires more spending, so that would be a cynical view. But I think a more realistic view is that this is also a way of finding this kind of longer continuation between governments when you do actually good research, RCTs. And lately we've also been starting to work with the city of Helsinki, and I hope more municipalities. So, even though it was kind of uncomfortable with all this fuss about the culture of experimentation, I think things are changing in a kind of in a meaningful way. Okay, so let me tell you how we came to or how the process of design or getting from the mandate to legislation, but how that took place. First, let me just show you, this is the kind of a very broad picture of how our education system works. So the current system has 1 year of preschool between early childhood education and care and comprehensive school, and the idea of the reform is just to make this 2 years with basically the same goals and same approaches, broadly speaking, but just having more time for also children who come from less advantaged backgrounds to have enough time to catch up before they start their kind of elementary school. So that was something that was given to us from the government. The research team had no role in kind of brainstorming what the policy would be. Our job was then to kind of figure out what would happen if the parliament passed a legislation that would say that from now on we have 2 years of preschool instead of 1. So the idea, I talked about this already, so we had a very tight schedule actually. So in just like a month or two, we came up with a research proposal and made kind of suggested the redesign that was then implemented. Kind of all, we rethought some details, but the basic research design was there very fast. And I already told you how surprised I was in kind of getting it through, but I also was very surprised on how collaborative and constructive the discussions with the civil servants were. So during the summer, the ministry then prepared the draft bill. There was the round of public comments, like this is how legislation gets done. A lot of comments. There was committee in the parliament, most importantly the constitutional committee, saying that this is actually, this is more. This is actually harder than most of the experiments, if you think about the ethical side, because there is the mandatory element for participation in for the treatment group. It's not mandatory in the end in any strict sense, so parents can opt out. They just have to then make sure that the child learns these skills in another way than in a preschool, and it's not. So there's no enforcement of that. So in practice, this is what we actually learned as part of this experiment, is that take-up was lower than we expected. Since we expected that if you have the same legislation as you have now for 6-year-olds, you would get like 99% participation as we have with 6 years old. Turns out that part of that participation is more of a social norm rather than just following the legislation. So that's kind of one thing to learn for an economist, that if you write a law, it doesn't mean that it's actually being implemented. But in the end, we did get the legislation, which kind of, part of it is almost copy-pasted from our research plan in the kind of the basic design part. I'll talk you through the research design in a second, but the second really important part was that, all of us researchers are kind of often frustrated in data access and data costs. It turns out that if you get to write a law, and it's a good idea to write that you can get all the data that you need. That really helps things out. But by the kind of spring of 2021, there was, I think, about 8,000 households got the leaflet like this, that literally started by saying, congratulations, your child is among those who have been selected for the test group. And then it kind of went, there are many pages of information there, but if you look at there on the right column, it also says that you are obliged to attend to this to 2-year preschool. It also kind of tries to explain what this is. So there was some concern in the public debate when this was starting, that with the argument that 5-year-olds should be let to be kids, that it's too early to put them sit in a classroom, and everybody agreed on that, since they were not put in the classroom. Like 6-year-olds are not sitting in a classroom and listening to teacher to give a lecture. All this is of course following the same kind of approach that we have for 1-year preschool, which is learning through play. Kind of kids don't even maybe realize that they're being taught kind of basic mathematical concepts or letters or things like that. And those things are not actually at the core of the curriculum in any case, since the aim of the preschool is to improve socio-emotional skills, in order to prepare kids to be ready to kind of start their education, where the letters and the numbers and that stuff is going to be more of the thing of elementary school. Okay, good. This is transforming from my PDF to this PowerPoint doesn't seem to go entirely smoothly, but okay.
The instruction was to send in PowerPoint.
You know how many slides I have on LaTeX already? This is yeah. Okay, let's put that aside. So here's how we did the actual design. So the first constraint that we had to deal with is that it was decided that this 2-year preschool can't happen in a school, and so
So there's various ways of organizing one-year preschool in Finland, and some municipalities organize that entirely within elementary school, or primary schools. And there was kind of a very reasonable concern that if you put 5-year-olds into school environments, and then there's like an afternoon club with second graders in the worst case, that may not be a good idea. So from the outset it was restricted that this can happen only in centers that have both preschool and normal daycare. And that actually, there's actually quite a few municipalities in Finland that do not have any center like that. So they were excluded right away. I mean, it looks kind of more dramatic on a map. It's not like it's not like many people live in these municipalities. So in terms of representativeness for the population, this is not a big deal. But it is, of course, important in terms of what kind of treatment this really is. So this is kind of different from how some kids experience their 1-year preschool at the moment. Once we were done with that, we kind of split the municipalities into small and large ones. And what we meant by small municipality was that there was fewer than 5 eligible centers. The idea here being that if you're a small municipality and there's like if we ask you to prepare a curriculum and all the kind of take all those fixed costs that comes with at the municipality level for having 2-year preschool in your municipality, it's just unreasonable if there's only one center that's going to be in the treatment group in the end. So for the small municipalities, we did a separate randomization. Either all units went to the treatment or all units went to the control group. But then we were left with quite a few large municipalities in the sense that it makes sense to do within municipality center level randomization. So we first, in order to stay in budget, we first randomize which large municipalities are going to be part of the treatment, and then within each municipality, we had to now solve this challenge that this is a treatment that can happen only at the center level, but it needs to be, the treatment status needs to be assigned to children. So what we first did was that, okay, we took like on the spring, when we did the randomization in the spring and the preschool would start in the fall. So we first assigned, or the kids who were already in centers in the spring, they would get their treatment status based on whether the center got into treatment or control. That sounds easy, and it should be easy with our great register data, except that our register data is not that great in the end. So we actually had to create, there was some register data that we could use as a baseline, but we actually had to ask municipalities, is this correct? And it was not correct all the time, in many cases. So we basically created a new register of where kids actually are at the time of randomization. The trickier thing is that not all 4-year-olds are in a daycare. So about 15% of the kids who needed to be part of the experiment were at home. And these were the kids who we were particularly interested about, since for them being invited to preschool would likely have a much larger effect. For them it would be center-based versus home comparison rather than one type of center to other kind of a center. So then this is where the legislation really became handy, because we could then tell the population register that we need the population register with address information. And then we just created basically catchment areas for all daycare centers in Finland. So this was us taking the population register and the location of centers, figuring out that here are the kids who are not in any center, what is the closest center to them, and then we assigned those kids close to center A, they would be assigned to center A and so forth. Once we had this, we threw away the ineligible centers, those which didn't have preschool and normal daycare, and then we randomized the remaining in the treatment and control, with about 40% going to the treatment and the rest to the control. And then those leaflets that I started with would be sent to these kids either in the treatment center or living close to a treatment center. And the control group got also a letter, but that was like that was not color print. It was just saying that you're in the control group, you don't have to do anything. Good. Now, I'm not going to dwell too much into this, but one of the things that we learned while we were doing this was to do what's known as restricted randomization or re-randomization. And this is an idea of that, even though in expectation, treatment and control groups are going to be similar, but you can get unlucky as a researcher. So just by chance, you may take a treatment group that actually is different from the control group. So in order to guard against that, what you can do is that you can do, like in our case, we ran the randomization for 1 million times. So that we had like a vector of 1 million different kind of alternative ways this could go, like which center would go to treatment and control. And then for each one of those 1 million kind of potential assignment vectors, we just calculated like what's the balance on background characteristics, those background characteristics that we observed. And we took the 2,000 best ones. So we were end up like with 2,000 potentially kind of good ways of dividing the population into treatment and control. And then we picked one out of those 2,000 randomly. So that improves covariate balance and gives you some statistical power. But in this case, the big benefit was that this ensured that we stay in budget. Since we have like 30 million euros to spend, which is a lot, but then some of those centers are much larger than the others. So we could have been unlucky in a way that, like when we did those million assignments, sometimes we went over the budget like 2 million euros if everybody would comply. And you don't want to end up into that situation. So in addition to having kind of background characteristics being balanced that we ensured with the re-randomization, we also threw away all those assignments that would lead us to going over budget. And that's actually something that's really helpful when you think about how to practice how to implement this. Kind of those of you who love statistical inference, and there's many in this room, this is really, really cool, because once you know what the potential assignment vectors are, then you can get the exact p-values. This is what Fisher was writing about in 1935. Like, you go through all the possible kind of ways of splitting the sample, and then you look at what you actually find and compare it to those. What would have happened if you just randomly split people into treatment and control? If your true effect is larger than what you would get by random, then you have statistical significance. All right, so that's very nice. Another kind of important, kind of a nerdy but important point is that we're going to measure effects on 6 outcomes. So you have to take into account the multiple hypothesis problem, and so we pre-registered how we do it, and this is good practice. Here's just what we expected to have. So about 1,000 centers, about 18,000, about 35,000 children in treatment and control combined. And this is what the covariance balance actually looks like. So this is now using the data that we used to study the effects. These are not the same covariance as we used in randomization, but we do very well in 2016 and not so great in 2017. So 2017 birth cohort. The reason is that we could do the randomization at center level and only once. So kids who were born in 2016, they were already in the centers or living close to the centers. So, and that's like a very poor randomization. They can't manipulate their treatment status, or their parents can't. But next year, the parents, if you're a parent who has a kid born in 2017, you will now learn that this center is participating in 2-year preschool and the other one is not. So you can move your kid into that center and kind of get yourself into the treatment group in a sense that we do not observe that you did that. So this is a form of non-compliance that's particularly hard for us. And there was an incentive to do this because preschool is free of charge. So what we see is that better educated parents, natives, we're more likely to find them in a treatment group. So this is not great news for a researcher, but then it turns out that this is not a problem. Let me say once we look at our outcomes, the effects are going to be very similar for both of the birth cohorts. We can control for many things. In the end of the paper looking at the effects, we are doing a lot of work to at least we are ourselves very convinced that this is not a problem. But you can write the whole paper with 2016 cohort only, which doesn't have this problem. You will get exactly the same conclusions, but less precision. Good. Okay. Now, that's the part that I know how to do as an economist. So, randomization, all these sort of complex data things that we did, like really cool things to do when you know how to do this. But then, as Hannu was telling us, we don't actually have outcomes collected on regular basis in Finland. So all of a sudden, I think the real challenge for the team who designed the experiment or the research design part was that how do we know what these kids actually know? And the whole point of the experiment is to figure out whether they are better prepared to start their education, both in academic and, more importantly, on socio-emotional skills. So that's when I called Katarina Salmela, a famous, unfortunately now late, professor at the University of Helsinki, and asked her, like, you're the only one I know who's kind of in this world of kind of educational science proper. Can you help me out? Like, who are the best people in Finland to do this? Unfortunately, she was, it's very good that I knew one person, not 0 persons. So since this helped me to then find a fantastically good group of educational scientists, we actually end up working together in many projects now because of this practical issue that I had to solve. So the great thing about the educational scientists is that, as Hannu was telling you, they're really keen on measuring things. We're very keen as economists on thinking about causal inference. When you put those things together, that's actually really cool. So what we ended up doing was to collect or to evaluate academic and socio-emotional skills of about 30,000, like 35,000 kids were in the target group. Not everybody participated in assessments. But ages 5, 6, and 7, we would get a kind of a thorough assessments of wide range of skills. And then another thing that educational scientists are very good in doing is running surveys on how teachers think about these things, how parents think about it, what actually happens in those centers, what's different in the treatment and control group, and that sort of things. So these are like super complementary things to our knowledge. Once we have the evaluations, we take them to Statistics Finland and link all sort of register-based data to those assessment data. So this gives us a very rich sense of the background characteristics of these families. But then over time, this will also allow us to follow those children throughout their lives. So kind of in a very long term, somebody else hopefully will be looking at what happened to these kids in their 50s. So that's all. That's again the beauty of doing this in a Nordic country, is that you have this resource, even though it wasn't enough for pulling this thing off. It's now like complementing that with your own data just creates fantastically good data. So how did we manage to do this? So measuring skills of a 5-year-old is a bit hard since they don't know how to read. So what happened was that each child would sit down with their teacher for about half an hour, and teacher and an iPad, and the teacher would read from the iPad, and the kid could kind of just point to the right direction or not. So some of you, I'm seeing that some of you recognize that this is Ramin Isadia, the lead author of this paper, who was a PhD student at the beginning, and he became the kind of de facto operational manager, working as a senior researcher now at VAD, to kind of get this thing done. I mean, it's 148 municipalities, 1,000 daycare centers, and then there's 1,000 elementary schools as well. You have to be in contact with all of them, and you have to tell them that, you guys need to do these assessments. So we're gonna send you, do you have iPads? Do you have headphones? All these sort of things need to be done. There was a call center where they could call and, ask like, we can't log in, and all that sort of things that logistics needed to be done. Important part of it was also to create these videos on how to do the implementation. So here's Ramin and Ramin's daughter, who are the stars of this. So this also kind of gives you a sense of what the shoestring operation this is, that we had to, use child labor, unpaid, kind of from the research teams' kind of homes. But it actually worked out very nicely. But one thing when we think about how costly this was, that's what part of our cost-benefit analysis notes that there was 35,000 hours of teachers' times used for these assessments at age 5 and 6. At age 7, there was only 3,000 hours of teachers' time, because now the kids they still couldn't read at the start of the first grade, but they were at the level where they can put on headphones, and the whole class can do the assessment on their own. So what did this assessment look like? So this is from the 5-year-old. So this would be a question format. What it says to the teacher, say to the child, this picture has 4 dogs and 3 cats. How many animals are there in total? And then the kid will answer, and the teacher would write the answer there. This would say, the teacher would say to the kid, show me the pillar, and then the kid would point in the iPad. So that's for the academic part. But the more important part was the socio-emotional part. That was what preschool is supposed to focus on. And even with the assistance of a teacher, a 5-year-old can't really assess her socio-emotional skills. So what we asked the teachers to assess those. So there's kind of a standard kind of instruments for kind of standard surveys asking, like, I think something like 62 questions. We asked the teachers to assess the kids. And the teachers know these kids quite well. They spend more time with them than their parents do. So this is not like a crazy thing to do. But of course it does contain, it is important when we interpret the results to remember that what we call socio-emotional skills is how the teacher sees this child. And one of the things that's really interesting in this data is that we get multiple adults to assess the same child. So there's all sort of interesting results to be done later on. But let me just show you here. We did pretty good job in terms of response rates. So we are around about 90% of children we get assessments for. So it's not 100%, but this is much better than if you think of a normal survey design. You rarely see response rates like this. And this is, of course, because schools and daycare centers are the perfect place to do all sort of surveys and assessments, because the kids are there. So you just use one class to do it. Okay. I only have 3 minutes, and I try to keep in time. So let me just say a few words of what the treatment actually looks like. So this you already saw. This is, and now the real question here is, suppose that the parliament writes legislation that says that Finland will now have a 2-year preschool. And what happens then? Like, what does this kind of announcement, does it actually do? So the aim of the experiment was to simulate that to as closely as we can. So we wrote that kind of legislation basically. It just applied for kind of half of the municipalities, and within them 40% of children. The national whatever the OPH, the government organization that writes curriculums for all levels of education system, wrote a curriculum for this 2-year preschool, and if you read through that kind of national level curriculum, it actually looks a lot like the curriculum for 5-year-olds in daycare. I mean, since 5-year-olds also participate in pretty kind of construct kind of play-based learning activities. So there's in our final report there's a lot of research on kind of how this national curriculum turned into local and center level curriculums. But I think the takeaway is that they're not actually very different. There's a little bit of emphasis on foundational academic and socio-emotional skills in the treatment group, but not so much. The other thing that changed was that teachers had slightly stricter qualification requirements, and if you look at who the teachers are, we actually see a very large difference between treatment and control groups. So I think the important number there's a 6% higher likelihood for a child in a treatment group to have a teacher who's qualified to be a teacher. So that is kind of a very important policy debate in Finland at the moment of where do we get enough qualified teachers. Within those qualified teachers, they're much more likely to come from the university degrees rather than from the polytechnic degrees, which are the 2 ways of becoming a qualified teacher in Finnish daycare. The second big difference from the kids' perspective is that they're going to be in groups where there's only 5-year-olds or 5 and 6-year-olds, whereas the treatment or the control group, typically you're in the same group with 3, 4 and 5-year-olds. And they use a little bit more time in guided activities and less time in routines. So that's to the extent we can characterize the treatment, and that's what our estimates will then tell about how does this bundle of different inputs to the treatment group, do kids kind of perform better in these assessments than those in the control group with in that way different bundle of inputs. But I'm now running over time, so let me just conclude quickly, and I think there's at least 4 takeaways here. The first one is that you can pull this off. I mean, this is a very complex experiment. Had I known that I have to do this, I might have not gone to the Ministry of Education in that very first day. But still, it's feasible, and it's going to be easier the second, if you have to do something like this again. This feasible partly because we have this fantastic data infrastructure in the Nordic countries, but the lasting effect of doing a research like this or an experiment like this, where you actually have to collect new data, is that you will have that new data then also for other research topics. And particularly in a country like Finland, where we do not do national assessments of any kind of skills, and I don't think any country does kind of systematic national assessment on socio-emotional skills anywhere. The side product of an RCT like this is a research data that I expect to lead to hundreds of articles. And the last thing I want to say is that one thing where you see this kind of continuation across governments is that our current government wrote into their agenda that these follow-up, these assessments will continue until 9th grade. They didn't remember to put any money on it, so it hasn't happened yet, but surely it will. And that will kind of both benefit and contribute to the data infrastructure. So I guess it's time to stop now.
Yes, thank you, Matti. No results yet, but there's one more reason to read the final report that will be coming out, or final issue of the Nordic Economic Policy Review that will come out in the spring. But before that, we will have 2 comments, starting from Morten, and we discussed your last name. And I'm not going to try that, but Annika says it's Grappers, and then you swallow the rest.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, so my name is Morten Greipert, and it's difficult for even Danish to pronounce, but okay. And I think I'm here in the role of I think it was, where you're sitting actually. You're sitting, the presentation, you're sitting there. Okay, so my role is the constructive civil servant, I think. I'm from the Danish Ministry of Education and Children. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to read and comment the article draft. I think it's a really interesting project, and I think it's a paper and with the results that could inspire even beyond Finland. So I will say some words about that later. It seems that the RCT is really thoroughly thought out, even though the short time frame that it's that there was to develop it. And then I'm really impressed by the support that seems to have been on the project, and that's also something that I will try to say something about a bit later. So yeah, so I have 2 kind of comments. The first one is that I'm sure that the you have to change the slides for us too. Oh sure. Oh sorry. Yeah, that doesn't help anything. It's the big one, right? Yes. I'll keep this in. The next one. One more time. Yes. So the big one. Okay. So I have 2 kinds of comments. First, I'm sure that the paper is relevant for Danish readers, and therefore I would like to be able to compare the changes that is in the Finnish system to the Danish system, and I guess a Norwegian and a Swedish reader would think the same thing. And so then the second I'm going to talk about is some thoughts of RCT design, and it's mainly based on recent experiment that is being conducted in Denmark right now on school meals. Yes, okay. So comparing the systems. So this is a simplified version of the Danish system, where you have the children from roughly age 1 start daycare, what I've translated to daycare. Then at age 3 they go to kindergarten, and then kindergarten class starts at age 6, and then it's a 1 year, and then you start in grade 1. So in Denmark, school starts in when the child turns 8, and my point here is that first of all, the big debate in Denmark about daycare and kindergarten is the quality of the institutions. There's we have done some reports that quite unfortunately shown that the quality of these the daycares and kindergartens are not at a very low level and unsatisfactory. But there's another big discussion in the Danish school system, or the preschool system, that is more related to the paper here, and that's what I've tried to show in the second column. That's called før SFO, and før SFO is something that I could try to translate to English by after school care. So it's actually, there's after school care program that is when you go to kindergarten, there's an after school program, and then in some municipalities children actually enroll in school in the spring instead of August and start participating in this after school care. And that's not uncontroversial in Denmark. So people who are pro this, they talk about that it gets a more smooth transition to school. So they start in school, and this is happening within the school. And then the cons is that it's cheaper for municipalities because the children there are fewer adults per children in these. And I think so. So my thought is that maybe some of the results from this preschool experiment could be relevant in this Danish debate. Okay. Comparing Denmark to Finland school systems, the first thing coming from the Danish Ministry of Education is that is PISA test, and Finland is historically done really, really well on PISA test. Then I tried to look into coverage of kindergarten and daycare, and it seems that even though Denmark has a bit higher, that especially in what I would call kindergarten age, the take-up is roughly the same. So the country seems pretty comparable. In Denmark, there's also a lot of local autonomy in adaptation of national curriculum, especially in kindergartens. And then I've noted that with a question mark, no standardized testing in Finland. I've gotten confirmed today. And then one thing that I seem to remember is that when we talk about Finland doing well on PISA test, is that it comes out that the teachers' educational level in Finland is high, compared to Denmark at least. Okay. So this is my luckily your bar charts look a lot like mine. So this is what I had in mind when I was reading the paper, and then I drafted this. But the thing is that it's difficult for me to try to understand this. The preschool, what is it? Is it more comparable to the Danish kindergarten class, which is set at schools, and or is it more comparable to the last year of kindergarten in Denmark? And then the next thing in this is that you discussed it, but it is difficult to get your hand on what is actually changing here. What is the policy? What is so you said within a Finnish setting is what is the effect of passing this bill, but translating that to a Danish context is difficult because you need to know actually what is it comparable to. Okay, so. And then there's also this change in staff education level that also, so you also could worry about general equilibrium effects of this, and what is actually, because if it is what is precisely going on and what's driving the effects could also change what policy you actually should be doing after this experiment. Yes. And then, okay, one question to this also is, I'm not sure if you collect data on how this is implemented. So there's a lot of degrees of freedom, but it's unclear to me how it's, if you collect any data on that. Okay, so thoughts on the RCT design. We have several other talkers have talked about this, but I have this, so an RCT could either try to answer the question, why preschool? Why should we do this? Why should we spend money on this? And how to implement. What is the best way to do preschool? And it makes sense to, from a government perspective of education, of Ministry of Education, to look at why preschool in the first case. But the next logical question is, how should we implement? So that it would. So the municipality of Helsinki, who talked earlier, would quickly say, so who implemented it best, and which municipalities should we copy on this? And I'm not sure. Yeah, so as I said before, I'm not sure that you collect data on these differences in implementation. Okay, so this one, let's see if I can. So selection of outcomes. You spent some time on discussing how you have collaborated with researchers in education on how to get the right results. But I also think that it's relevant to think about that policymakers might not agree what the goal of a policy is. So some politicians might think that it's the academic performance, or others could think about school readiness, and some could even emphasize this social emotional. So and There might also be multiple goals that the politician wants to achieve, and then you could have all these questions. So, can all goals be measured? And there's a practical limit on how many outcome measures you can collect. And of course, there's the multiple hypothesis testing that you talked about. And then there's does the policymakers know what precise goals? So are they even can they articulate what they're aiming at? And then are they vocal or not? And vocal enough about what they want from this policy for the researchers to be able to balance them in a relevant way. So one, I think there was a first presentation. It said that keep the researchers close when you do a design experiment, and I was sitting thinking also keep the policymakers close when you design data collection. Yes, and then the thing is that if the policymakers they don't find that especially what they're interested in is where the effects are, what do they think about will they use these results in the policy evaluation, or if it's not measured, or yeah. So the idea here is, I think I said it. So is it the goal of an academic test at age 7, or is it the curiosity or school readiness? Okay, so then there's this thing, maintaining broad support. So in Denmark, there's not always a broad support for quantitative policy evaluation, and especially data collection. So we try to be careful to gain and preserve acceptance from the involved stakeholders when we do data collections. So what we experience and what we are worried about is that if the teachers or parents don't find the experiment or the data collection relevant, compliance might drop. If teachers feel that data collection takes time away from implementing a good preschool, so you talked about how many hours they spent, they could find this like all this too academic and and then a stage here in Denmark they would complain. So we try to be careful not to disturb more than necessary. And then it's not only to get them the right data doing the data collection, but also because it's hopefully a repeated game that you want to do another experiment at another time, and then coming and saying you want to use all these hours collecting data. And then also we do this, that we almost always make sure that the schools get early access to the data, so they could use the data collected in their everyday. And then the additional consideration, you talked about it, but what is I couldn't find it in the paper. So what is the cost of the treatment relative to the control is highly relevant. And then given that this paper is about implementing the RCT, I'm also very curious about the price of the RCT. So everybody here agrees that the RCT is the best way of evaluating policy, but one could consider is it cost effective, and one should consider cost effectiveness in this. And then the details about children in home care are it's hard to follow. So it's and then some thoughts about keeping them out, yes, looking into robustness or subgroup analysis on those. And then the last big question: do you anticipate a willingness in the Finnish public to engage in even more far-reaching experiments? That's my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good questions, especially related to the future willingness of experiment more if the current experiments turn out not to be as we hope them to be. But we also have another comment. Ingeborg Solli from the University of Stavanger has promised to come to this, and so sorry, sir.
Thank you.
I left my written notes at the hotel in Helsinki, so I'll manage. Thank you, and thank you for a very nice presentation and also the comments. And I think in general the whole day has been very interesting and very useful. Thank you for inviting me. Let me say immediately that the reason why I'm invited to comment on this paper is that we did a very similar intervention in Norway 10 years ago. So I know quite a lot about the fuss before doing this kind of intervention, and yeah, there I see it. My overall comment and impression of this paper and the presentation is bravo. I'm so impressed by the work you did. The experiment is so well designed, it's so well executed, and I know you had lots and lots of work managing to do this. The first experiment we did that was similar to this had 700 children. At that time, we considered that a large-scale experiment. You had 30,000 children in your experiment. This has been a major job, and as far as I can see, it has been done very thoroughly and thoughtfully. Also, the paper, so your presentation now, you don't want to reveal the results. And also in your paper, it's not really a research paper, it's more like a report for policymakers and researchers who would like to do an RCT. And I really like the way I enjoyed reading your paper so much. I really like the way you lay out all the choices you need to make and how you also elaborate on the pros and cons of different alternatives. And you argue why you make the choices you do. And sometimes also you say, hindsight, we did the wrong choice. That is not how we should have done it. I think this paper will be extremely useful for policymakers and researchers going forward. And of course, I'm extremely curious about the results and will follow you close now. So it's quite soon coming up, I understand. And also, I would like to address a bravo to the Finnish government. I hear you say that the Finnish government should look to the other Nordic countries. I think it's mostly in terms of access to standardized tests during school. Well, I think the Nordic countries should look to Finland and say bravo. The culture, and you do talk quite some about this in your paper as well, and you mentioned it in your presentation. The culture of experimentation, how willing the Finnish government is to conduct experiments before a full-scale rolling out a new reform to the full population, I think is very, very impressive. So a bravo to and also you even have an RCT unit in the Prime Minister's office. Wow! I think it's good. We do actually now have a big scale RCT coming up, and we will hear about that later. It's a tax reform, which has triggered a huge public debate in Norway. So perhaps we're getting closer to Finland in terms of this. I've given my bravos. And I was asked also to come up with suggestions for improvement and to say something about the Norwegian experience. Having my bravos in mind, it's not really easy to come up with suggestions for improvements on your paper, but I've really now been squeezing the juice out of this, and I do actually have some comments. Yeah, so this is the headline. It's bravo. A couple of thoughts on threats to internal validity. So this sounds very nitty-gritty, but the thing is, the magic with RCTs is really the internal validity. It's that the sample is balanced and that the randomization is successful. And I do think that you address this very well in your paper, and I'm sure you do it even more in the research paper. I haven't read that yet. But at least in the paper I read now, there are some issues you do not address at all. And I think they deserve to be addressed. One thing is that you say, because you do give quite some freedom to local authorities to implement the reform. I think that is important, and I think there is a fine balance, an important balance here, because if local authorities are not giving some ownership to the intervention, you will not really manage to do this very successfully. But that also creates quite some variation, a regional variation, or perhaps even within municipalities. And what you say is that municipalities relocated the most qualified teachers to treated centers. This is not good, no. Because it's not only about giving treated centers better teachers, it's also about taking the good teachers out of the control centers. So you have a treatment effect on the control group. It is what it is, but I think it's important to address, and also maybe an important lesson for other researchers and policymakers in terms of how much ownership should the local authorities have when implementing such a reform. And the second point, you already mentioned this, so you had 2 cohorts. You do see that the second cohort, it's somewhat biased, possibly because parents select into the treated centers. But you also see that because you do lose some centers from the first to the second cohort, which is fine, but it seems to be not very balanced. You're losing more of the control centers, and that could actually be related to the fact that they lost the very good teachers, and they end up dropping out. I don't believe this is a big issue, but I think it deserves to be addressed. And the last point, which I'm not sure is like an internal validity, but at least it's a point. The testers, and that's the teachers, they are not blind to treatment. I know you developed a huge test battery, and you developed the infrastructure to conduct this testing of 30,000 children. It's incredible. But especially for the social-emotional tests, like you said, so it's really how the teacher sees the child. And the teacher knows that this child is in a treated center. And that is something that also could have an impact on how teachers respond to these questionnaires. And then the treatment, and you also mentioned that here. It's a bundled treatment, and I think it's hard to avoid that. There are lots of things going on. These are real human beings, and it's in society. But for all you know, the effects you find, if you find some, is due to higher qualified teachers and nothing else. It is what it is. But to the extent that it's possible to dig into this, would of course be very important to understand your treatment effects. As I said, we did a similar, very similar RCT in Norway 10 years ago. And since you are so secretive with your results, I would like to show you our results. It's like in what we say in Norway, you keep your cards very close to your chest. I won't tell us, I'll tell you. It's a or actually it's 2 RCTs. They're very similar, so similar I don't even need to tell you what they're about. It's introducing a structured curriculum with play-based activities, with the clear intention of stimulating numeracy, literacy, vocabulary. I think even the test battery is very similar to the one you use. The institutional setting is very similar, Norway, Finland. We're talking about like adding another year, 1 year earlier, with the preschool as the current situation. So altogether, we had 2,014 children. As I said, what we consider to be a very large-scale experiment at the time when we conducted this, but of course, nothing compared to what you have in your sample. And so, what do we find? So we even have the same test waves as you do. So we have a baseline, we have a post-intervention, and we had a follow-up in 1 year later. We are looking for the same outcome measures. It's on math, on literacy, and on executive functions. So, okay, these are the Ani Banani. That's the math test. It's a little monkey counting bananas and so. We have the vocabulary test and the digit span, which is a working memory executive functions test. What we do find is we find a treatment effect on math, and we find a treatment effect on executive functions. We do not find anything on vocabulary. And we have been trying to understand why that is, and I think one reasonable explanation is that Norwegian kindergarten teachers are already very well trained in dialogical reading, to working on reading, working with books, talking to children, while many of them are a little bit scared of the math and the numeracy part. So I think the potential for raising children on the math and numeracy is a lot bigger than on the reading part, and that may be why we were successful in increasing the learning within math, but not within reading and vocabulary. I think this is actually quite overall that many teachers and parents are a bit reluctant when it gets to teaching and training their children in math, while reading is easier. And so this was 10 years ago. So now these children, they're 14 years old. They will finish mandatory schooling next year. And in Norway, as opposed to Finland, we actually do have standardized tests. So what we have, we already have collected data for first, second, and third grade in math and reading, and in 5th grade. We are waiting for the 8th grade. We still don't have it, but we have for these first, second, third, and 5th grade. And these are still data we are working on. It's not published. It's only preliminary. Do not quote. But this is what we find. On math, we find consistently the same results in 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and in 5th grade. it's about 10% of a standard deviation. It's very consistent, and it's quite surprising how, because what we very often see with these educational interventions is that quite early the effect starts fading out. That is a short-term effect that fades out. What we seem to find here is just like it's a very persistent, robust effect. That's on math. And on reading, we find a similar effect, although we did not find any directly after the intervention. That we haven't really figured out yet, how that could happen. But what we also know is that there are some kind of dynamic complementarities between different skills, and it may be that some of the skills we manage to, like the working memory from the intervention, may have boosted somehow reading skills later. But this is something we are still working on. So that I'm looking forward to see how the Finnish results look like. If this is like a teaser of what you may find. Yeah, that's what I had. And congratulations on whatever your results are. Congratulations on a very well-designed, successful experiment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since we are slightly behind schedule, so sometimes we have no time for questions, but we can sort of try to catch these speakers on the coffee break. And my recommendation is that you should also take a little stroll outside to see all the statues in the beautiful backyard. And the easiest way of getting there is to go to the second floor and then go outside from the door that was beside the restaurant. And we'll try to get back here at in 20 minutes. Thank you.
She calls me, I really need your loving. Come to me, I need you right now. Come to me, oh baby, I wanna feel your loving. Come to me, I want you right now. She's got what it takes, she can bend you to the floor. She knows just what she would do.
Yeah, I think we are ready. I think we are ready to. Oops. We are. Okay, I hope we have almost everybody back in. So thank you for all who stayed until the end. It only gets better. As you all know, experiments are fun, except that you can't experiment with taxes, except that you can, as we will show in a minute. As Simon Markussen will present the paper on very timely, ongoing, or hopefully ongoing Norwegian experiment. But thank you for stepping in at last minute with a short notice, and thank you for being here. But the floor is yours.
Thank you.
I'm going to present a paper which is not yet very well written. I apologize to my discussants that they have got a mess of a document, but it is what it is. Everything is sort of work in progress. So this is about a Norwegian tax experiment. It's written together with Marie Bjørneby. She's in the Ministry of Finance, and I'm working at the Frisch Center in Oslo. And the research group also consists of 7 other people. We have from the University of Oslo, from the University of Chicago, and from the Frisch Center. So it's a broad group of people. And let me just jump straight into the experiment. What is this about? So this is an experiment which is not yet decided. I'm going to tell you a bit more of that in a minute. It's planned as a randomized experiment where 8% of all Norwegian taxpayers aged 20 to 35 face a modified tax system. And that tax system contains a tax allowance for earned income, which is a feature of a tax system that many countries have, but we don't. And it's sizable. It's 125,000 NOK, or 10,700 euros. It used to be more euros. The currency is weak. And it reduces tax on labor income of up to 27,500 Norwegian crowns, or 2,350 euros per year. So it's sizable. You can, that's sort of the maximum gain or maximum tax reduction you can have. And it's planned to last for 5 years. And when I say it's not yet decided, there's been a process, and I'm going to tell you a bit more about it, but it's in the budget. It's proposed by the government, and the budget is, as we speak, negotiated upon. But as you all know, I mean, we have a minority government, and there are 5 parties. It's actually called the Tutti Frutti Coalition. And they are going to agree on this budget, and they are negotiating on a number of things. And of course, this might fall out in a late night hour. We don't know, right? And we are not going to know until early December. And it's going to start from January 1st. So we are sort of forced to work as if everything goes through. So it's all being planned as we speak. But it might be stopped.
Then, of course, this article is going to be, then I don't know what, then we have to have a talk, what we do. We'll see. Okay, so let's then look at just sort of the tax. We can start with the tax schedule. So this graph illustrates the Norwegian tax system, at least for workers with up to 700,000 NOK in earnings. And the blue line is sort of the normal system, while the red line is the one for those who are in the treatment group. And for the first 100,000 you earn, you don't pay taxes at all, and then you start paying a little bit. And then, from a bit more than 200, there is a sort of higher tax bracket, so 22%, that kicks in. Then you see the blue line start to increase. But if you then have this tax allowance for earned income, you see that you will sort of continue at this lower marginal rate for another 125,000. All the way until you see the kink around 340,000. And then what happens is that the tax allowance is gradually phased out, such that when you reach 700,000, you will be treated, there's no difference between the treatment and control group. So this means that the effect, so this is going to depend on where you are in the income distribution. So for those earning less than 215, and there is a, you're going to, the participation tax rate is going to be increased, it's going to be decreased. If you do nothing, if you do not change your labor supply, you will not be affected. But the incentive to enter the labor market to take a job will be stronger. Then we have this sort of middle region where you both experience a lower average tax rate and a lower marginal tax rate. So in that, for that group, the incentives or the sort of the expected behavioral effects are ambiguous. Right? You get a positive labor supply effect from a reduced marginal tax rate, but you also get an income effect from a lower average tax rate. And then, after the kink in the red line, you will have both a reduced average tax rate and a reduced marginal tax rate. So the economic theory is sort of crystal clear that in that region, labor supply should go down, right? So what would be the total effect of this? It's a little bit hard to say, right? At least not unless we have an experiment. So in this presentation, I'm first going to go through, I mean, obviously we don't have any results. That's pretty clear, right? So I'm going to go through the background, and I'm going to talk a little bit or a lot about the process behind, how it started, how we have been working and planning, and then I'm going to go through the experiment in the end, how it's going to play out, what we're going to do, and yeah, at least for sort of the first months of the experiment. All right? Background. So this guy, this very serious guy, he's the, I don't know the English term, we call it riksrevisor. That be like the national auditor, right? He's auditing the parliament. And he has been very concerned that we have a massive rise in young people receiving disability insurance. And we have challenges with sort of falling or at least non-increasing employment rates among the young compared to, for example, other Nordic countries. Norway has done poorer when it comes to employment over the last 20 years, I would say. So when I studied, I usually said it, when I was a student, which I have to admit is some years ago, we always learned that Norway was sort of the champion of Europe when it comes to employment. And gradually we have been stepping down. It's not that we are doing poorly, but we are no longer the best. We are maybe on 6th, 7th, something like that. We are behind Sweden, which is maybe the worst. So, this has been a challenge. Maybe not that part with Sweden, but the rest of it. And we also see that non-participation, standing outside the labor market, seems to be more absorbing than before. It's gradually been more and more sorted towards people with low skills. It's been concentrated among people with receiving health-related benefits. You can ask whether that's because of health or because of the system. That's hard to know. But at least there's been some changing patterns over the time, which has raised concerns. And the tax allowance is sort of one way to approach this. Right? I mean, among economists and others, there is not even agreement whether sort of effort should be put in on the supply side or on the demand side in the labor market. We don't know. But this is going to sort of address that question in the sense that we are doing something very clearly on the supply side, trying to affect labor supply using the tax system. And the tax allowance for earned income is a feature that is included in many countries' tax systems, but that we do not have. And it has been proposed in several rounds. It was proposed by a conservative government led by Erna Solberg in 2021. And it's also been proposed by an expert tax commission later in 2022 in different forms, I have to say, and for different groups, but still. And it has also been discussed by other public commissions, but not been suggested. So we had, at that time, a couple of years ago, 2 commissions. One of them concluded that this was a good idea. The other that it was not a good idea, in the sense that it was not cost efficient. We wanted to recommend more targeted policies. And also the knowledge regarding behavioral responses is quite diverging, I would say. We have been hearing about the Finnish basic income experiment, for example, which basically finds no effects. At least that's how I read it. But we also have other studies finding that people are quite responsive to incentives. It's not that easy to know. And it's also, over the last years, we have seen a lot of new evidence on behavioral responses from tax changes, which maybe takes income effects more seriously than we've been used to doing, and which also concludes that behavioral responses might be much stronger than we thought. That's not necessarily a good thing when it comes to tax allowance for earned income, because here, when we have a phase out like we have here, you will have income and substitution effects going the same way and not opposite ways, which is often the case, such that the consequence might be that the reductions in labor supply in the phase-out period is stronger than we hope for, I would say. Yeah. So we'll see. That makes it more important to test it. Okay, so how did this start? So I told you about a couple of political commissions, and it's also post-COVID. There was also a lot of evaluation work that's been going on, concluding that we need more experiments in the public sector. And Erik here, which is from the Ministry of Finance, has been sort of a key to that process, has been working on sort of pushing, at least that's my interpretation, the use of randomized trials in the Norwegian public sector, in many places. And this very specific experiment was first mentioned in the budget for 2024. But it was just a few sentences, and I'm not sure that a lot of people actually read it and noticed. But it was sort of mentioned in the sense that it was given the Ministry of Finance said that they want to do this. So they have, by putting this in the budget, they have some leeway to do some work on it, I guess. And what they did was to after a while, contract with a group of researchers, and we started on probably I did a lot of work before that, but I don't have the full overview. And then we started on a pre-study. And the first thing we did was to obtain some kind of quantitative predictions. So I mean, a tax allowance like this is not a, it's not a given object. You don't know it. You know the principles. It's going to be a part of the tax system which gives you an allowance for earned income and not for benefits. But how big should it be? When should it start? How should it be phased out? How fast should it be phased out? There's a lot of questions, right? That you have to look into. So we started by trying to obtain some quantitative predictions. What kind of responses could we actually expect? And how could we use data to learn about this? And that was sort of the first part. And the second part was to analyze to do power analysis, to try to look into different research designs and see, well, how much precision would we get from different designs? And in the end, provide some recommendations. And I'm going to take you a little bit through these different steps, since I don't have the results, right? So, okay, first let's look at how we did this, the analysis of expected behavioral responses. So we did this using data. So we started out with the full population data for Norway for all people aged 20 to 35 in 2022. And we then used data for income and benefits, and number of children, education, participation, etc., etc. So all relevant components. And we tried to apply the existing tax rules to estimate average and marginal tax rates in the current system. And so first we estimate the average tax rates, then we find the marginal tax rates by simply increasing income by, say, 1,000 kroner, and then do all these earnings tests on different benefits and study support, etc., that makes marginal taxes much more complicated than you sort of believe before you look into it. Because we want to then assess the effective marginal tax rates as they are, and not just what follows from the tax system, but also what follows from for example, earnings test in a social security system. And as you probably know, I guess it's the same in your countries, that for a lot of people, average or the marginal tax rates might very well be 80%, 90% for a lot of people, because they lose a lot of benefits when they start working. And then we also find the participation tax rates, and in order to do that, you simply have to do some guesswork, in the sense that we have to guess what would these persons earn if they enter the labor market. And you can do that fancy and you can do that simple, but you have to guess anyhow. And what we basically did was to do a matching exercise, so we compared them to similar people, the same age and similar education, etc. And then we gave them 80% of mean income in their peer group. So that was what we did. You can do it in a different way. And then we calculate taxes, and from that you can find the participation tax rate. And then for every sort of variety of the tax allowance, you can repeat these steps, and you can calculate the average marginal tax rate and the participation tax rate, and how it changes with different sizes of the tax allowance. And then you can apply a labor supply model on this to quantify the responses. So then we have to put up sort of a parameterized labor supply model. We have to add some elasticities for the different responses. And we can calculate basically or simulate the income effect, the substitution effect, and the participation effect. And again, this is clearly guesswork, but at least it's sort of more educated guesswork than just putting the finger up in the air. So that's sort of the exercise we went through. And then from doing this, you see that there are clearly some very hard trade-offs when you have to when designing such a tax allowance. If you have a larger tax allowance, that gives you higher participation effects, clearly, but it's also much more expensive. And a rapid phase-out, that will give you lower fiscal costs, it will give you more redistribution, but it also gives a stronger substitution effect, but among fewer people. So if you have a long phase-out, it will typically be, well, then you have smaller effects on those who are affected, but there are much more people that are subject to that phase-out. So there's a trade-off between these things. And a rapid phase-out will also result in that you have an income effect among fewer people. So that all these things are sort of, I mean, they're not that easy to, or let me put it the other way, in order to quantify these mechanisms, you need data, because you need the underlying data distribution in addition to a model. Okay, I can show you. In the end, we ended up with an alternative which is sort of quite targeted towards low and middle income. It's a quite, at least to Norwegian standards and where we started, it's a quite large tax allowance with a rapid phase-out. This is going to be phased out by 40%, meaning that for every krone you earn above 335,000, you lose 40% of that krona in the allowance, and that 40% is taxed by a rate of 22%. So it gives you an increased marginal effective tax rate of 9 percentage points, which is quite a lot, right? And this table, it provides some of the sort of main expected changes. And we see that the participation rate, the fraction with positive labor income, is expected to increase by 0.8 percentage points, which, I don't know, do you think that is that small or is it big? Hard to say. It's about half, is almost half the employment goal of the Norwegian government. In that sense, it's not that small. But maybe it's optimistic. That could be. Might very well be that the true effects are smaller. We don't know. We find average labor earnings are expected to increase by a quite small amount. 1,700 Norwegian kroner. But behind that number, there's quite large effects. There are large positive effects for low earners, and also quite substantial negative effect for higher earners. And it's a fairly positive, if you look at the difference between the fiscal effect without and including behavioral responses, there's a quite positive gain. But to the right, there is a column where we sort of add a more pessimistic scenario regarding the behavioral effects. Meaning that we have weaker employment effects and stronger effects on the intensive margin. And then this tax allowance is not a very good idea, I would say. So this is highly dependent on how it on these parameters. At least whether I would recommend it. All right. Then we came to the part on how to design the experiment. And several of you have been talking about the legal requirements, and we also came to that. We met those quite hard last fall. And in Norway, we do not have a sort of trial or experiment legislation that covers this experiment. Within that legislation, it's possible to do some local adaptations of treatments or services, but this was at least considered by the Minister of Finance to be too big and sort of outside the scope of the trial legislation we had. So we needed sort of an explicit legal basis for this experiment. And then, as I think you said, we met sort of the same problem, that this is in a sense unconstitutional, right? Because it simply violates the general principle of equal treatment. And in order to justify unequal treatment, you need some good arguments. So first of all, you need a reasonable justification. And that justification is the need for knowledge. So that's sort of formally how it's motivated by the ministry, that we need this knowledge, and that's why, and that's sort of the argument enabled to avoid unequal treatment. And then the second requirement is that the design need to be what we can call proportionate, or in other words, there should be no other way to achieve the same goal. So if it's possible to get this knowledge in a different way, that it's less controversial or simpler or involves less unequal treatment, then that should be chosen. Right? Which I think is sort of a reasonable requirement. So our job was then to see, is it possible to learn the same at a lower cost? And what we did then was to consider other options that did not involve randomization. Could we learn the same? Right? So one of them, because at that point we had a center party government, which are more than average concerned with the rural parts of Norway. And so we consider the possibility of providing this tax allowance to all, or to some of the rural municipalities with low employment rates. But in practice, this was very hard. So the expected effects are fairly small, and the differences between these municipalities and others, and the time trends, etc., are so big that it's just not possible. But the second approach was more promising. That, of course, I mean, very often we do not do RCTs. We study reforms in other way, in using natural experiments. So why couldn't we just, for example, provide this tax allowance to a specific age range and study that age discontinuity, for example? So we had to sort of go into that a bit seriously and try to discuss and test whether that was possible. And I think the main point here is that kind of strategy will require more assumptions. You're not coming around that, in the sense that you will need to do some kind of assumption saying that, for example, age effects across cohorts are the same, time effects across cohorts are the same, or similar. Some kind of parallel trend assumption you will need to do. And those assumptions are generally not testable. So that, and then what we tried to do was sort of to quantify that kind of design uncertainty that comes with such a research design. And what we found was that uncertainty was sort of the same size as the expected effects. It was not on average or in expected terms biased in any sense. It was sort of an unbiased estimator, but it's just that you get some uncertainty together with the results that are impossible to detect, impossible to quantify. It doesn't relate to sort of the same statistical laws. So we conclude that the uncertainty in the end of the day would be very large, that you wouldn't be able to conclude the same kind of security that this had an effect. And then we also had to look into different designs involving randomization. And then you can randomize on municipalities, you can randomize on local labor markets, you can randomize on individuals. And then you can use more traditional power calculations. And I mean, there's no wonder that individual randomization gives you the best statistical precision, but also to randomizing on, for example, municipalities, also have some benefits in the sense that you can, for example, be informed on equilibrium effects. But when we compared this, our conclusion was that we would need, for the first, in order to get reasonable power on municipality level, you would need that much bigger experiment than we have designed here. You would need to involve almost all the municipalities. So it would be much more costly, much bigger, and the precision would still be much lower. So we concluded that was not a good idea. And we'll later also be looking into these sort of mixed designs, like I talked about here several times, where you can sort of have varying treatment intensities across regions, for example. That would, at least in theory, be the best of both worlds. Possible to say something about equilibrium effects. But our conclusion is that we do actually not have power to do it in a reasonable way, to be well informed. For several reasons. The regions are not that well defined. Then you need to look into to isolate the experiment to different labor market regions, which are not that isolated when it comes to the end, and particularly not in this age group, young people moving around. So it's not that easy to sort of isolate separate islands in practice. And we also don't think like within the budget we don't have enough power to actually learn enough to separate or to learn enough on the equilibrium effect that it's sort of worth the risk. So we didn't dare to do that. And instead ended up with individual randomization. It has weaknesses and pros and cons, clearly. It was not an easy decision. All right. So in the end, what we suggested was to do, actually we suggested to do 2 or 3 different treatments, but it ended up being 1. And with 100,000 people receiving it. And that is, we think we will then have confidence intervals for the participation rate on around 0.2 percentage points, and for earnings a bit less than 2,000 Norwegian kroner, which is quite good, I think. But there are some problems with it, which I'm coming to in the end. Okay, one important thing, which I didn't say here, is that from these power calculations, you also see that the more we are stratifying this randomization routine on small cells, where we put together people with very similar earnings histories and then do randomization in small cells. And of course, the more recent information we can use, the better. And so what we in practice are using is income in 2025 up including September. That's sort of the best we could do. The draw was actually done yesterday. So it's all right. So after a long process, we handed this over before Christmas, and then was some internal processes in the Ministry of Finance, and we got a new finance minister, and he was visiting Trump, and it took a lot of time. But in the end, in May 2025, this proposal was actually put out on a public hearing. So the law proposal and sort of the experiment was made public on a press conference or a seminar. It became a very intense public debate on different things, both on tax allowance for earned income or sort of on the treatment, which is controversial. Some politicians are certain that it works, others are certain that it don't. It was a debate on experimenting with taxes, which is controversial, and whether that was okay. And it was a debate on the proposed experiment, whether this was a good experiment or not. There was a lot of discussions and different sort of pathways that took. But there was a broad hearing up to August the 1st, and then the Minister of Finance was sort of summarizing all the comments from different organizations and institutions, etc., concluded that it was mostly positive, and it was included in the budget for 2026 with not many modifications. All right. There's also been not much, but a little bit discussion on research ethics. It's been some discussions on that. But most of it has been sort of on the whether it's okay to randomize with such a big amount of money, to give people sort of a tax relief of this size, but on random. That's been sort of the main discussion. And then, but we also have a responsibility to discuss a lot of different ethical topics. And what we perhaps have spent most time on is, for example, the question of consent. Should people actively consent to take part in the experiment? Or should they be able to have some kind of reservation right to say that, well, I will not take part in the experiment? I mean, the main rule in research, at least in Norway, is that there should be some kind of consent. And we concluded in the research group that we did want to have a passive consent, that people should be able to reserve themselves from participating. But in the end, that's not been the case. So in the end, there's no kind of reservation right. People are included in this experiment, either they want to or not. And we've also been discussing a lot of this, like whether there could be any negative effects for non-winners, or that people could be disappointed, that could be harmful for them. Whether it concerns trust and confidence in the tax authorities, a lot of different questions. It's very hard to answer a lot of these questions. I mean, you can discuss it back and forth, but it's hard to know. We're gonna try to sort of assess some of the critical points by we are adding some surveys to this experiment. We try to ask people about this. We're going to look into confidence and disappointment, etc., by investigating it. Yeah, it's sort of how it is. Okay, let me spend my last minutes on a couple of slides describing what's going to happen. So the aim is to learn about labor supply responses to taxes. And I mean, for people to respond, they need to change their beliefs, right? They need to understand that there are something happening, that they are facing different taxes. So I need a change in perceived taxes. And it sounds maybe silly, but it's not that easy to sort of, I mean, do you know what your marginal tax is? It's not that easy, right? When you look into it, this is complicated stuff. I really doubt that most people know these things. Maybe they have some kind of hunch, but it's not that easy to know. So we need to inform them. Maybe if you introduce a tax allowance like this and you let time fly, and after 10 years, maybe they have a correct hunch. But we need that to happen quite quick, because we have a time-limited experiment. So we need to inform them quite strongly So what we do is that we're going to create an information treatment that informs people of their marginal tax rate and their participation tax rate. So what happens is that you get 16th of December, you're going to receive, or Norwegians going to receive an email and an SMS saying that their tax card, the annual tax card is ready, log in, and there is an experiment going on this year if you are in the target group. And then when you log in, you will have sort of a banner where you can enter, and we know which people entered or not. And there they will be informed about whether they received this or not. And they will also be informed about their marginal tax rate and their participation tax rate. So we use the tax card calculations to inform them about what they would earn in net income if they earn 1,000, 100,000, and 400,000 or 300,000 more. This is a little bit harder for those with benefits, so they're going to get some examples instead, but same idea, basically. So they're going to be informed about this. But then we get the problem that what about the control group? They are not informed. So what do we estimate the effect of? Is it the taxes or is it information? So then the remaining 1.2 million people in the control group, they are divided in half. So half of them is going to get the same information. That means same type of information, but with different numbers, because their marginal taxes are going to be different, right? Such that we can sort of try to isolate the effect of information by comparing the two control groups, and then the effect of the taxes by comparing the informed group with the recipients. All right. So in the end, this is then the sort of the timeline. So then November the 3rd, that was yesterday, the draw was made. It was based on a seed that was realized yesterday from Oslo Stock Exchange. And 8% of the 1.3 million people were put in the treatment group, and then the rest in the two different control groups. During November, around 30,000 people is going to be surveyed from Statistics Norway, where we ask them about their attitudes and beliefs regarding the tax system and their own taxes. How much do they think they pay in taxes, etc. Then, as I said, December 16th, we're going to disclose the outcome of the draw and give them the information treatment. From January the 1st, they are facing this new tax schedule. A couple of months later, we're going to have a new survey where we ask them again about their taxes. And then we will sort of both ask all those who responded in the first survey, but we also include a lot of more people, around 50,000 more people, but only of those who we call compliers, those who ticked the box and got informed. We don't know how many that will be. It's very hard to know. And then, before any data are available, so sometime during January, February, we're going to publish a pre-registration report on how we're going to analyze everything. And then the first results are probably going to be released summer next year. But we don't know. That's not really decided yet, but I think we're going to do that. And then it's going to last for up to 5 years. Yeah, so that's more or less the plan, at least for the first phase of it. And then we'll see. Yes, thank you for the attention.
Thank you. This is super interesting. And we have again, we have two commentators for discussions for this. Kaisa Kotakorpi, who is from the Center of Excellence of Finnish Tax Research, if I'm correct, will be the first. For some reason that the shortcut of that is FIT, but that's another story. But Kaisa, the floor is yours.
Yeah, FI for Finnish and T for taxes, okay? I mean, it's a easy to pronounce acronym, I guess. Yeah, okay. So
Will
I'm
you stand
Kaisa
closer to the mic?
okay, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm Kaisa Kotakorpi from Tampere University and FIT. And thanks for the opportunity to discuss this paper and this experiment. I mean, this is extremely fascinating. Yeah, so okay, I mean, I don't have to talk about the pros of doing randomized experiments because that has been covered. So of course, you know, these RCTs proliferated as part of the broader credibility revolution in doing empirical research in economics. But somehow public economics has lagged behind in that development. So RCTs have been more common in other fields of economics, like development economics, education, labor. And well, I guess the main reason or a key reason has been that it has been regarded as unethical, upright, or, you know, categorically not possible to randomize tax rates across people. But okay, some people now have managed to do this, like you guys, or well, not yet, but hopefully we'll soon be able to do this. And I mean, of course, the arguments are that, okay, these potential ethical issues are a cost, but then you argue for the benefits, that, okay, these are potentially very costly policies. So you want to know what their effects are, whether they will be effective in achieving their aims. And then you also have to argue that, okay, a randomized trial is the only way or the best way to do this. And I guess, and this is what you write in your write-up so far, and you explained in your presentation how you did this. And I guess another argument that you could make is, you know, thinking about quasi-experimental designs, whether this question about ethics is really a difference in kind or if it's a difference in degree. So if you think of RD designs, for example, based on age, we always say that that comes very close to randomization. So is this really a difference in kind or is it just a difference in degree? Okay. But this is something, you know, it's a folklore that it's always said that you can't randomize tax rates full stop, and it hasn't really happened. I mean, I will give some examples of papers that come close. So, I mean, there have been some RCTs in public economics, but they have concentrated on randomizing tax enforcement parameters, not tax rates themselves, but other features of the tax system, like how likely it is to for people to, or, you know, whether people get audited or not. And I guess there the ethical issues have been regarded as being, you know, less or you know, smaller, because then the interventions should mainly affect people who have done something illegal. So then, I mean, that's kind of okay, or that's thought of being okay. Okay, hang on, I just need to take some water. Okay, let me just talk about this thing for a second, you know, what has happened in that research. So Matti referred to some of these papers as, you know, information provision experiments. Some of them do more than that. We can discuss that in some other instance. Yeah, so, okay, let's not go into details, but, you know, there are kind of additional pros of doing these randomized experiments, especially regarding enforcement, you know, besides the sort of normal general pros of doing randomized experiments. So one thing is that, okay, tax evasion is something you can't measure in any register data. It's by definition hidden. So then you need some clever research designs to actually find out about evasion. So that's an additional pro of doing experimental research precisely on tax evasion. Okay, one con, I guess, is, and this is not really a con, but something that you need to take care of when you are thinking about randomized experiments on tax enforcement, is that, okay, they give you good identification, but then you have to be careful when you interpret the results, because, for example, audits, when you think about real life audits, they are by definition, I mean, they are by their nature an activity that concerns a selected group of taxpayers. So you can't really generalize from the results of randomized audits to if you want to learn about real life audit programs, for example. So there are additional questions there that are kind of interesting. Okay, and there's some citations to reviews of that literature, some finished papers in that literature. And some insights we wrote down actually in a paper from our cooperation with the tax administration. Okay. So that's kind of in the background, that this is something that has been happening in public economics regarding randomized controlled trials, but then the key, one of these, well, maybe you can say the key parameter, tax rates, is something that has not been subject to randomization, at least not that much. Okay, here's a figure from Henrik Kleven's set of slides on language trends in public economics, kind of showing how quasi-experiments have proliferated the literature from, I can't see the numbers from here, from earlier on, and then, lab experiments taking up, and then field experiments only much later on. I haven't seen similar figures. I don't know if someone has done this for labor or education. Would be interesting to see. Okay, right. So how about then, randomizing tax rates? So there is some literature that comes close to what you are doing. So for example, the Finnish basic income experiment in practice created randomized variation in participation tax rates, even if it's not called, it doesn't say that we are randomizing tax rates, but this is what kind of effectively happens. I don't know if you have discussed this with these people when you designed the experiment. I mean, that would be a good idea, I think. Kari Hämäläinen was here earlier, but I don't see him here anymore. Okay. And I mean, this is regarded as a huge achievement, in research in Finland, and of course attracted a lot of attention internationally. So there's already a series of papers published in very good journals on the experiment. But it was a huge achievement, for example, in passing review of the Constitutional Committee. And this really paves way for other researchers to be able to do similar stuff in the future. So renewing science in that sense. This is a term that the Research Council of Finland uses for important achievements, renewal of science. Okay, and so then I was just last night reading through the introduction of their papers, and learned, because I mean I share this folklore that no one ever randomized tax rates in any experiment, but so they are citing these very few earlier papers that do similar stuff, like the negative income tax experiments in the US in the 70s, or there has been this program in Canada that comes close also. So this is not like the first one, but there's not much of earlier stuff that has been done. So the current paper, the Norwegian tax cut experiment, this looks like a big and important paper to me when you actually come to do this. So you are going to randomize eligibility to the earned income tax allowance. So again, creating randomized variation in both participation tax rates and the marginal tax rates. Okay, I mean, this is just a couple of random details. I mean, of course, there's a lot more to the experiment. So 8% of taxpayers in this quite wide age bracket are going to be involved. And then, crucially, you combine it with this information treatment. I mean, typically, if you think of information treatments, this is like a heavy information treatment where you actually calculate people's tax rates for them. And give them this information. It's more than, so it's highly personalized. It's much more than you would do in many kinds of information experiments. So the effect of this allowance on the effective tax rate is going to be salient to the participants if they read what you send them. Right, so what are the kind of big pros of this experiment, I think? So, okay, RCT with randomized variation in tax rates. This is exceptional. It's very large scale, I think, in comparison to many other experiments. it takes place for a relatively long time. So the Finnish basic income experiment was 1 or 2 years, I forget. 2, thanks Hanna. And then is it really the case that there's no other restrictions on the target group but the age restriction? Because you always have something like, okay, these strange cases we left out, or this strange area, Åland or something. I mean, okay, sorry, that's a stupid statement, but often in Finnish cases, for some reason, Åland is left out for some data reasons or something like that. Sorry?
They're not allowed because then it's discriminatory.
Okay, well, that's very good. Okay, then you will measure, I mean, another great thing is that you measure perceptions of tax rates before and after the treatment. This allows a study of both extensive and intensive margin effects on labor supply. I mean, of course, it would give the opportunity to study many other outcomes, like, I don't know, consumption decisions or health outcomes, or, well, you can think of a million things that your disposable income might have an effect on. Well, then you have to think about what you want to pre-register as your main outcomes and so on. Okay, so a lot of very important stuff going on here. Okay, then some questions. So, okay, I mean, tax cut experiment, randomizing tax rates. So, of course, then one thinks about whether it matters if you change a tax allowance or the tax rate directly. So, okay, these are both ways of changing the effective tax rate, but might have some different effects because of different degrees of salience or how people understand these things. Of course, the information treatment will kind of make this closer to, I mean, or at least makes the tax rate changes salient to people. And okay, this brings me, I guess, to the next discussion. So thinking about the external validity, of course, I mean, this is hugely externally valid in comparison to many other things because it concerns this whole age group, and as you said, there's not these other restrictions, so very sort of generalizable in that sense. On the other hand, you know, in real life, policy changes typically would not be combined with such extensive and personalized information. So, I mean, I don't know, in some sense that's a drawback on the external validity, but in some sense that's also a pro because precisely it takes you closer to having actual tax rate variation. And as you said, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, you don't say that you kind of want to make sure you have some effects. I mean, I guess that's not a sensible starting point for research, but okay. I mean, there are sides to this. I mean, somehow the non-compliers in this treatment group would be of interest to me in a way that they are closest to a real-life situation where the policy changes without an information treatment. Well, this will be a selected group of people who will not read your information. So I guess a separate treatment with only a tax change and no information treatment would be of interest. I mean, of course, you can kind of separate the effects of the information because you have that additional control group as well. But in any way, the effects will be conditional on you having that information. Okay, so in a way, a treatment without any information would have also been of interest. One thing I was this gets kind of more philosophical, is like, is this a problem with the experiment or is it a problem with the real world? I mean, why don't we provide better information to people about tax rates? I mean, I guess there might be potentially multiple reasons. So costs, if you were giving this service to everybody, calculating their participation tax rates in many different scenarios and sending them this information, I mean, that might be costly. I don't know how much it costs if you already have the framework in place. There's also literature on optimal salience, so it's not obvious that everything should always be fully salient, but okay, this is a big different discussion. Yeah, okay, I mean, this is maybe a minor point, this control group, not really being fully business as usual, because they also receive an invitation to log in and find out. And you mentioned these potential disappointment effects that you expect to be minor, but I guess we don't really know. But, well, this is less of a concern now that I hear your description of how this has been handled in the Norwegian media public discussion. I guess everybody knows about this already. So I don't know if there's a way to avoid kind of everybody being treated somehow. So one maybe a bigger thing is the size of the changes in incentives. So I was kind of inclined to think that the change in the participation tax rate is quite small. So in the Finnish basic income experiment, it was really an order of a magnitude bigger. It was huge. I'm bad with numbers, so I won't cite any numbers. Maybe Hanna remembers off the top of her head. But it reads in their abstract, so you can check. But they were huge, and they still didn't find any effects on labor supply. So, I mean, yeah, I found the incentive changes, at least on that front, pretty small. But yeah, hard to know. Okay, I think that's all I had. Thanks. Good. But yeah, very, very interesting overall.
Okay, thank you very much, Kaisa. Last discussion of the day will be Helena Keinen from Finnish Tax Administration. So, Helena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for the very interesting paper. And yeah, I work at the Finnish Tax Administration, but my responsibilities do not have anything to do with tax legislation or tax systems. I'm an analyst, or working as a service owner there for analysts, and we are responsible for tax gap estimations and efficiency measurements. So I was asked to comment about whether this would be possible this kind of experiment would be possible in Finland. So I'm sorry, I cannot promise you any kind of answer that it would be, but it's nice to have some kind of imaginary possibilities. What would be the possibilities in Finland, and what would be the difficulties? And I present here some comments of our chief analyst, Janna Tuimela, and Olavi Tuomi, who is our leading tax specialist. And oh, yeah, sure. That was the green one. Thank you. So in the picture, you see our random tax machine. But I'm the last speaker here, and I must say that you have already used all the possibilities to comment on randomized control trials. And I was about to say that, yeah, I can see that they are extremely appealing type of scientific experiments. They are easy to use, easy to analyze, and I see very well why you would be interested to use these in this kind of context as well. But maybe we can jump a bit over these comments. Yes, I understand that, of course, that there's always the cost side of these trials, and in this case, it seems to be quite a large one, quite a remarkable one. So, but also, when you're talking about the cost of an experiment, you should think about the positive side too. I mean, here the groups, they consist of young people, so probably the way that you get them to work in an early phase of their life makes the positive cost side much better than otherwise. But what I think that if you're implementing, or if you are thinking about re-implementing such a trial in Finland, maybe you could, I mean, with such a high cost, you could think about, how to put it, try to achieve even more information out of it. Now you're just testing one kind of a tax curve. Why not in the same time testing several ones? If you're already randomizing people, then do it big. Even, I mean, you are already doing big, but if you redo it, do it even bigger and then try to find more information from this trial. Well, yes. About these randomized trials, well, they are nice and easy. They are already used in FDA. We use them a lot. For example, one place where we use them, information campaigns. We have several campaigns per year we are measuring. And we are doing this because, well, it's not a news for anyone that we have very limited resources. So if, for example, we are putting a large number of working hours for information campaign where we call, for example, for new customers, we want to be sure that when we implement such a campaign, the outcomes are exactly what we want to, or then we need to change or reverse what we are doing. We don't do any kind of academic study, but and we don't publish our efficiency measurements. But here's two publicly reported examples. First of them.
Do you need to change the slide?
Thank you.
There we go.
Sorry, please. Thank you, Sid. So here's two examples of these. Perhaps those working at VAT already are familiar with the first one. It's carried out together with you a couple of years ago. And the second one is a kind of efficiency of nudging project where this randomization is also used. But as the academic research is really not our job, and we cannot, neither is our job to, as appealing it is it not to promote that kind of work. What is the duties of Finnish tax administration? That comes from the Act on the Tax Administration, and very simply, it comes from the second section. And my apologies, this is my own translation, and this is certainly not the official one, but I didn't find the official translation in English, but I hope you get a point from here anyway. The first bullet states that our most important duty is to implement the taxation. Then we collect the payments and we take care of the supervision and guidance of the customers. That's very simple. But there's a third bullet also, which is important here, that we may carry out investigations or trials or other duties. So it is possible for us to do that kind of experiments, but only if it's told for us by the Ministry of Finance, or if there is a specific law or regulation for it. So, according to the Act on Tax Administration, we could reproduce the Norwegian experiment if the ministry assigns it for us or to do, or if there is a new law. But since we know, all Finnish know very well that there is not too much public money right now, there should be some extra funding for this. And for sure there are many other important tests or trials that could be also done in the same time. And it's a choice of a policy, which is the one that will be implemented. So the gatekeeper is not Finnish Tax Administration, it's the ministry. And so the appropriate authority to discuss this is also the Ministry of Finance. I was also told by our specialists that the constitution of Finland might be some kind of raise a problem here with RTCs. And actually, the Norwegian paper enlightens a little bit of that, but I think what I could imagine, you got it quite easily through of this, and I would be very glad to hear more how you did it, because, well, somebody here said today that, okay, there are RCTs done all the time in medicine, yes, but we are not talking about here about people's chances to live or live a healthy life. I used to be a philosopher, so I don't take that kind of argument as a valid argument. We are talking about giving more money to some people than more than to others, and that's totally different thing than medicine, and that cannot be talking at the same time. But I think randomization is such a powerful method that you cannot avoid randomization, but could you perhaps avoid the inequality that follows from randomization? In some cases, for example, the deviation from the equality principle has been possible. Kaisa already mentioned what was that basic income experiment, that perhaps in English the right term. Also, I know that, for example, now I'm talking about medicine, but sometimes you randomize several times people. So more people can get the possibility or the access to the benefit or to the good one. Then it's less, well, it's always, of course, unequal for those who don't get the access to the control group. Maybe less bad. And ultimately, in the end of the experiment, if you give the possibility to all of the age group, for example, for some time, for some period, to this smaller lower tax rate, maybe that could be one way to make it less unequal. Well, still, if it comes to the point that you would repeat this trial in Finland, what would it require? Well, first of all, as I already said, you need to change the legislation, or you need an assignment from the ministry, and you need the money, enough money to implement the changes to our tax system. And in the picture, yes, that's our taxing system. It's quite a complicated one. It needs a lot of testing. You should first make system modifications, because it's not that there is a tax official who takes a pile of paper and taxes them differently. You have to change the whole system to make that kind of thing possible. You should do all the kind of testing and plannings, and they are not done in-house in Finnish tax administration. They are both outside as a consult work. That's not a cheap project. And lastly, you should have some kind of post-experimental functionality. You should remember that not only those modifications should be there during the 5 years you are making this kind of trial, but also years after that, since the customers can request for corrections for the taxation also during several years. And also you should have money for the reversal changes too, so that you get the experimental modifications, they must be also dismantled. But in overall, this is a fascinating idea that you could try this, and I get several ideas how you could, I mean, for example, use this data to check whether this has any kind of effects on, for example, compliance of the customers. It would be nice to see if getting a lower tax rate would make them happier taxpayers too. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Don't worry, we are not going to come tomorrow to ask to repeat the Norwegian experiment. We are going to wait for the Norwegians to show what are the results before we do anything like that. And by the way, thank you everybody else for your contributions. I think it has been a great day with very good papers, actually even better than we sort of expected in the beginning. And to be honest, in the beginning we also asked the authors that it would be nice not only to show the results of the experiments, but also discuss about legal, ethical, administrative, design, and data issues. And the authors certainly complied with this request. Thank you for that. Even perhaps more than we expected, and even so much that we might even sort of kindly ask you to go back a little bit and also report the results in the papers if possible, because that's also the key part of research to write a little bit more about the results. And one thing so additional thing we would sort of hope that you would put into the papers would be that what is the value added of doing experiments compared to the situation that we would have had if the experimentation had not been possible, if we could not have done the experiments. But that's pretty much the hopes. We will come back to you, both the authors and discussants, with instructions on what comes next and on the timeline of that. But briefly, we are going to send you some detailed comments, and you would expect to have the first deadline in January to have the sort of final drafts of the papers in. And then we have one additional request that we are asking your help for, and this is this one. So on top of doing sort of set of 5 papers on the experiments that have been completed in the Nordic countries, several of you already had sort of a long list of references on previous experiments that you cite. It would be good to have sort of, I'm not sure if this is going to be complete, but at least reasonably comprehensive list of experiments that have been conducted in past in the Nordic countries, and in a table format. So this is my sort of start of the design of this table that has 2 items, and I think we could easily have 30 or 40, or if we give the Danes the sort of free go, we'll have 30 from Denmark and then others. But the point of this would be to demonstrate that the experiments are possible, and I think that and useful, and I think the best way of demonstrating that experiments are possible and useful is to list the ones that have been done. And this is what that also. So we'll send you the template of this, and we certainly can with Antti we can go search for the experiments, but please give us hints on the ones that we are not going to find ourselves. We will find several already from the reference in your papers, but I'm sure that there are several others that could be there. Okay, okay. So finally, I know these experiments go back in a long time. So the oldest ones here have been conducted somewhere in 1990s. I think the Finnish non-economists are one of the first in the group that had actually been doing these labor market policies. But since I'm one of the old farts in this group, and certainly one of the oldest in the group, so I guess I have a chance of sort of just showing where this whole thing really started, and citing even an older experiment, and I hope that all of you who are aware who are doing experiments are really aware of. So this is as far as I know, this is the oldest recorded experiment in history. So this is from about 160 before Christ. You can find that all from your bookshelves back home. It's from Book of Daniel. It's about the health effects of vegetarian diet. It has to do with the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, having invaded to Jerusalem and taken as hostage some of the noble youth from Jerusalem, taking them back to Babylon. And then Daniel and his friends who were taken back were offered the chance of eating from the king's table and drinking king's wine. But Daniel said that could we please sort of skip that and instead just eat vegetables and drink water. Let's experiment for 10 days and see what we look like and compare that to the youth who ate at the king's table. Result of the experiment proved that vegetarian diet is very healthy, and these guys eventually turn out to be successful servants of King of Babylon after that. This story didn't end well, so instead of this being the start of the sort of experimental approach in science, these guys started explaining dreams of King of Babylon. So I guess the rest of the story wasn't quite as successful, and scientific revolutions did not start 160 before Christ. But on that note, so I think we have come from a long way from that. That was not randomized. The sample size was perhaps not great. So we have come a long way, and let's keep going and keep doing good work on advancing the use of experiments in policy design, be it vegetarian diet or other policy issues. But this is the end of the day. I think we should give us a big applause to all of us. Thank you all. It was nice seeing you here in Helsinki, and I guess we wish you a safe way